Okay. As is kind of becoming tradition, I'm a little late. But, you know, we'll make do. Let's get this show on the road, shall we? We did all the army organization last time. The samurai got moved over to Narima's army. Jules is now a horse archer commander. Everybody else is either unique leaders or close to upgrading. Specifically, Sybil and Abigail are both in reasonable reach of becoming better healers, which will help their cause immensely. Barnabas is going to be stuck as what he is, since I'm pretty sure he's capped out. Diana's unique, can't do anything with that. Stefan's unique, can't do anything with that. I am unique. I'm betting I'll probably change due to plot reasons at some point, but I can't change that. And Narima's already as good as she's gonna get, I think. I think she can change, but I don't think there was... Yeah, she's already a Blade Master, so there's no reason to change her at all. Their units, of course, are in desperate need of upgrades, but they've got a ways to go before they get there. Marketplace has already been bought out. We did the arena last time. Let's just get in there. Let's get Chapter 8 done. Finally see past where I've been. Narima, you mentioned that you were familiar with these lands. Looks pretty treacherous. The winds were not kind to us, Drac, but this is a very inhospitable place. Hey, Amber. There was little room to maneuver an army through the swamp, but the land on the other side of the mountains is clear. Okay. We can't let the Tide Reavers get away with their slave trade. We have a chance to stop them here. Do you wish to cross through the swamp? Yes, we will cover more ground if we split up. Diana, can you lead a group on the east side of the mountains? Your judgment has not failed us this far. Yes, please decide who will go with me. I mean, the rate she's usually gone, I don't even need to send anybody with her, really. How you doing, Amber? But, given her positioning, I'll send Sybil, because I see a lot of cavalry down there. Narima as well, since she's got the samurai who might do well against cavalry. I'm not 100% on that. Fair enough. It's always a good idea to take breaks here and there. I'll take the cavalry with me since there's no spears on this side. I'll take Abigail and I'll give Diana's team Stefan, and that will do well enough. I'm a little worried about having Stefan in an area where there's this much heavy cavalry, but it should be okay. Depending on how you do it, I can definitely see how that would get aggravating fast. Especially if you're trying to do a really good arched roof. Let's see. How do I want to start this?
Time to end this.
I'm assuming they're gonna have the typical short archery range. Yeah. So we'll weaken this team and have them get the hell out. Oh yeah, I raised the animation speed since we kind of have gotten used to how these animate at this point. I think it'll expedite things nicely.
In session.
Barnabas, I'm pretty sure you can take this team, so go ahead and take them. There will be times where it'll be a little hard to tell what happened in a fight, but that'll be okay.
Ready.
In the interest of moving things along a little quicker and a little smoother, I think that's fine. Their morale's shattered now.
I must not fail.
Even you should be able to make them surrender at this point. To knock them out of the fight. Ah, okay.
For my people, for my homeland.
Yeah, because even if you're 1 or 2 off with something like that, the whole thing can look wacky.
Time to even the odds.
Okay, they're the same teams.
Getting real
I
thirsty.
mean,
here.
Stefan should be able to just knock this out. So they got it wrong in multiple spots? Yee. That's no good. Okay, so they're broke.
I'm just getting started.
Sipple can just claim that.
Donar be
Diana
with
can
us.
reach them.
Donar, guide my attack. Repent before the righteous.
Yeah, with that many errors to work around, I can't see anything being particularly easy or smooth about that. Okay, that's all 4 units on both sides. So we're good. I assume that, yeah. They're gonna throw themselves away attacking Sybil because she's got the least threat. Here comes the cavalry. I think I have Diana in just the right spot that they'll prioritize her. Because she's the only thing they can reach. Okay. At least that works out nicely then. Oh. These lands aren't suited for the city-dwelling humans. I am called a Rashuga, and for a small fee of 3,000 human gold coins, Rashuga will be your guide and protector. 3,000 for one mercenary? Blue-haired human has not met Barak Tor, hmm? We become mercenary for many of your years. Pay once, and Rashuga shall slay all enemies of blue-haired human. Rashuga is deadly killer. He swift is the wind, strong like mountain, strike like fire. Yeah, sure. I got the money. You better be worth it, Rashuga. Please help us out of these damn swamps. Blue-haired human's name is Drak. Drak is very smart human. Rashuga worth far more than a few clinks of human money. Show Rashuga who to kill, and he shall to be doing it. God, his way of speaking is gonna fuck with me a few times. I'm glad to hear the barn worked out. With the work you put into those, of course it's gonna come out looking good. What have you got? You've got skirmishers and yourself and a
Raskuja is to be ready.
Raskuja. Okay, I was pretty close. Okay. That's all heavy infantry and a healer. That's a little lighter. Got 5k threat, so you're probably stronger than these.
I must stay strong.
I feel like with what you're doing there, there's always going to be more houses, for better or worse, on that one. It's good that there's a lot of people that are gonna get houses, but it's also a lot of work. I'll have you shimmy over this way because it'll get you closer to grabbing that for me. Should be able to kill them all. Ah, okay, he counts as a ranger, so he shoots first and then attacks. Okay. He does start with a ranger, which is nice. I haven't gotten any of those yet.
I await your command.
Makes sense, yeah. Actually, no.
Where am I needed?
Diana, go ahead and go around to the other side and hit them first. If they survive Diana attacking them, Narima can get an easy surrender. That'll help her along.
Sayuna will never die.
Yeah.
Here comes Sybil, ready
Sybil
or
can
not.
go ahead and grab that.
Oh, sorry. Did you need
Go ahead
something?
and grab the temple, even though we're not going to need it. Yeah, I remember. I was there for that one, when you were finishing that one up. Okay, that's a choice. Go ahead and fire your one crossbow at range. There's a good amount of room for her to add to it, yeah. I mean, it's your own. I would certainly hope you'd put a lot of work into your own just as much as everybody else's.
Bet you didn't see this one coming.
Go ahead and give him the free
They'll
kill.
notice this one for sure.
A paladin never surrenders.
Okay, so this side of the mountain's all cleared out. Makes sense. And you know, the whole point is putting in a good effort
Time to even
for
the
your
odds.
friends and yourself.
The
Oh,
battle
that was an
light-
obsidian mine, not a gold, not an iron mine. That's even better. Because obsidian's hard to come by in this game so far. But it's needed for the high tier units. I can imagine on that one.
We will always find a way.
Yeah, that's a gold mine.
My friends are counting on me.
Abigail can just carry on.
Swift as wind, strike like fire.
Take that one so you get some leadership under you. Okay. Good. Chat hovering over the battle map doesn't look the best, but it'll work.
Raskuja can sensing prey.
Pyrocyte's good for
Stay strong,
gunnery
everyone.
units, which we haven't seen any of yet, aside from on the enemy team.
The time to act is now.
Well, you know, it's kind of hard to run out of lumber when you knock down a whole forest.
I can do this.
X-Men, welcome to die.
Yeah, these guys are not gonna have a great time.
Donar, guide my attack.
I can't skip across the river
I
there,
love
so I
this
gotta go
part.
around with these guys. That's okay.
just
I'll have a
getting
perfect
started.
opportunity to hit the enemy in the rear. Narima should be able to jump over and get that
Donar
chest,
be
so I'll
with
send you to grab that so they can carry on. Okay. I've gotten so used to modded setups at this point that I forget how well you can do any kind of automation normally. I'm pretty sure trees can't really be automated in any real way. Vanilla. Well, of course, the rainbow sheep is important.
Time to end this.
Wait, no, they're basically dead. We don't want to
How can I help, my lord?
overkill that. Send you over here instead. What we'll do is we'll have you shoot him and then move further over. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it depends on how many rainbow sheep you're planning on having, too. You might not need to make it as big and crazy a barn, so it'll be a little easier to deal with.
I must be brave.
Ready.
Raskuja is to be ready.
No, that's fair, yeah.
School is in session.
It's a matter of you have to compact a bunch of the stuff down, and the dimensions show a lot more if you make even a slight
Repent
mistake.
before the righteous.
Makes it trickier.
Here comes Sybil, ready or not.
Getting real thirsty here.
You've got a lot more room to work with when you're making the bigger one. It costs more materials, I'm sure, to build the bigger one, of course. And it'll, of course, depend on the type of building you're used to or better at doing. I mean, that's building in general, is head meet wall. You just eventually put your head through the wall rather than bouncing off of it. Another proof of merit, which will be useful eventually.
Oh, sorry. Did you need something?
They'll notice this one for sure.
There's gonna be nothing left for you guys to fight by the time you get over there, so you may as well just hang out.
For my people.
I'll
For
go ahead
my
and hit
homeland.
this team from behind.
My friends are counting on me.
Master Sergeant awaiting orders.
Telling me who to kill.
That squad stands 0 chance. You might be able to get somebody else to build the next barn. Ah, more enemies. That explains why that part's there. Enemy reinforcements from the east? More mercenaries? They seem determined to reach Drax's position. We can cut off their advance before they reach the swamp. And we basically just wall off this area here, which
A
works
paladin
out basically
never surrenders.
perfectly, except Nerima is
I'm just
basically screwed. Because they spawned
Time to
all
even
around
the
her.
odds.
So that's a problem.
Bet you didn't see this one
Thankfully,
coming.
permadeath ain't really a thing, but this might be my first squad wipe that wasn't a mistake of mine.
Stay strong, everyone.
Yeah, that's fair. Other people may look at what happened when you were building the other barns and go, no, I'm good. I'm good. Fair enough. Enjoy your food. I always appreciate people hanging around. Set him to tag this since he's got in run. Of Or, you know, he'll just wipe it out in one go. That works out nicely. You go grab the chest,
Strike like
I can
and
do this.
you can have that so you get the extra leadership.
I must stay strong.
Donar, guide my attack.
I mean, I'm not saying people are thinking it, but I'm saying it would make sense. I moved her there just so at least only 2 groups can hit her, and she'll at least hopefully take a few of them down with her. Just since they spawned all around her, there's kind of fuck all I can do about it for her. I mean, it's a safe bet that there's at least some that do, yeah. Feed Sybil all the levels. Just let them all ride right into her. Or they're gonna keep shooting at Narima's team. That's upsetting. Wow, that really is not going great for her. I mean, people are definitely going to want to see the most difficult ones be done, because that'll be the most interesting to see.
The battle lies before me.
Plus or minus the fact that it would also be the most upsetting.
Time to end this.
You got a plan?
I must not fail.
Raskuja can sense prey.
There is no shortage of irony to the fact that I said, and let's see who I'm going to throw to the wolves this time when I put it up on Twitter. Lo and behold, I unintentionally threw somebody to the wolves instantly. Okay, they're both
Here comes
shattered.
Sybil, ready or not.
Like, we'll sweep the field, but Narima's team is definitely donezo.
I love this part.
Unless I had had the cavalry over here, that would be about the only way anybody could reach her, and even then I think it'd be too far. Wow, she's... There we go. I was about to say, she's holding surprisingly well.
Raskuja is to be ready.
Thankfully, with something like this, I can stretch and keep going at the same time.
School is in session.
How can I help, my lord?
Since I do not need to stretch both arms at the same time.
The time to act is now.
Repent before the righteous.
Perfect.
They'll notice this one
Sybil
for
can't
sure.
reach, which makes me sad, but that's okay. You can grab that. Let's see. Okay, yeah, we got plenty of time before the target time, so if I really want to, I could clean out these last 2 guys. Which, they'll come to me and kill themselves anyway, so it works out. That'll hopefully make up for the loss in Narima's squad. Which, since I don't have permadeath on, really didn't matter anyway. They'll just pick themselves up, dust themselves off, and move on with their lives.
I'm just getting started.
And there we go, that's every enemy mopped off the field. And mission done. So I'm not a fan of the gacha of suddenly dropping 8 cavalry off the right side of the map there, but that's how these games go. There's eventually gonna be at least one surprise! We sent an entire army from the edges of the map at you. Lemelin Monastery. How wonderful, we're finally home. A lot of people hanging about. Mom? My Alex. Long time no see, kiddo. Uncle Steph, you're back too? Uncle? Kid's got quite an imagination. Idalia, my beloved sister. My heart is at ease knowing you are safe. Every time you go to war, it fills me with dread. I hope you will stay longer this time. Surely you could use a spot of rest. That's an understatement. Your hospitality is always welcome, Idalia. But the dangers to our world are growing, and the paladins are needed more than ever. I will spend every moment with you and Alex while I'm here. I'll get you caught up. Idalia, there's her bonded. Not sisters by birth, but by blood pact. Idalia is the sister of Mercy who takes care of the warrior's family and home while enjoying a privileged status in their holy order. Diana is the sister's justice, or the paladin, in fact, the leader of them. They, you know, go out and smash things. Interesting setup they've got going. Mostly Diana's doing, though. Return to the old way. You see, she's actually a bit of an outcast around here. Too orthodox for their lot. By my view, she's a better religious wackadoo than any of them. These lazy priests don't even realize what she's become. She is the temple, my friend. You didn't hear that from me, though. Grandmaster Oxley. Yes, I'm still here, alive and kicking. And so is my greatest paladin, despite her lust for battle. Who is that? Ah, yes, of course, you haven't met. Diana, please meet Brother Jebediah. He's my protege and well versed in the language of the ancient texts. Come now, don't be shy. Nice to meet you. So you'll be assisting the Grandmaster? Very well. I'd like you to introduce our new friend, Drac. We found him as a prisoner at the cult's prison complex near Granheim Abbey. Yep, I exist. Huh? You actually survived there? I mean... it would seem so, right? Well, yes, of course, but simply remarkable. Their brutality is boundless. Grandmaster, do you think... Please follow us, Drac. The sheer amount of tone switching I'm having to do right now is a hell of a thing. What happens here shall be kept quiet for now. I trust you, Diana, but... everyone here is familiar with the Nephilim prophecy. Please step into the center of the room. This is so foolish. Yeah, you're just gonna go step into a magic triangle. It's totally gonna go great. Oh god, I've turned rainbow. Okay, slightly overkill with the flashing there, guys. Yikes. Ah! Get out of my head! What are you doing to me? What did you hear from the voice that called out to you? Hatred, anger, darkness. Too intense for words, a desire for revenge. I heard it too, Drac. It was Donar himself who struck the final blow to Xanathus. It is only natural that the demon would burn with a desire for revenge. I see why you wanted to keep this stuff a secret. People would become completely unhinged if rumors spread about the return of Donar. Diana, you can't be serious with all of this. Are you really trying to tell me we're supposed to save the world because of some fairy tale? I've always made my own fate, and now I'm not planning on changing that now. Anyone can be some sort of chosen one if they want it bad enough. Maybe even Jeb here. It is quite a tall order. To experience such evil, assaulting one's mind, and then to accept one's fate. Diana, you too struggled with this, you know. Only as long as I failed to maintain my faith. I don't have much faith to begin with, so you got a tall order there. Our new friend here is welcome among us. Please make this your home and take time to reflect on what happened. In time, you will know what you believe. Please excuse me, I must make a record of this. If it's supposed to be a secret, really, should you be making records of it? I'm so sorry I pushed you into this. I guess I can't blame you. This is your mission. What you have to believe. I do believe. And eventually, perhaps you will too. Until then, we will go together. I'm yours to unleash upon your enemies. You've got the wrong chosen one, Diana. But to have you as a friend and ally would be just as good for me. Likewise, Drac. Giant glowing book. This is the Historium Magnus. It is an ancient text written by the founders of the Donari Temple, recalling the events of the original battle with Xanathus. Looks like a bunch of gibberish to me. You and I will not be able to read it. Only the Temple Grandmasters and one protege have gone through the years of rigorous study required to interpret it. And you're just going to blindly believe whatever they translate for you. How nice of the founders to keep secrets from the rest of us, don't you think? Grandmaster Oxley wishes for me to take the book. Leaving it here is too dangerous for the innocents who live here. You must tell no one, Drac. The cult will do anything to gain in the knowledge within these texts. Lastly, he's agreed to help finance our army to the tune of 10,000 gold pieces. May we not squander this blessing. That's a little bit less than what I currently have, so I'll take nearly doubling my funds, yeah? Yeah? You want me to not mention some fancy magic book? You've got it. Drac and the Donari Temple army finally arrive at Lemelin, their long-awaited sanctuary. Having escaped from the frozen northern extremes, overcome ruthless hired thugs, and traversed the unforgiving swampy expanse, the comfort of Lemelin's monastery is a welcome relief. The temple leadership seems to believe that Drac is a Nephilim. However, Drac remains focused on the goal of bringing Casimir to justice and uncovering the fate of Zelos. Politics, it seems, has a way of finding you, no matter how well you hide from it. I mean, that's just how that works, yeah. No, Stefan's at it again. He's very committed. I'll give him that. She just dunks on him immediately. You are too stubborn for your own good, Stefan. There are some things you can't steal. And that includes people's hearts. She does know where to find you, and that's exactly what she's going to avoid. That's fair. That's probably why the snow is so magical to her. Yeah, she's not used to seeing it. That seems like a fair estimate. Makes sense. There's a lot of healers and not as many paladins. Yeah, I doubt the temple would approve of her having pet dragons. Go ahead and grab the class mastery boost. I should have gotten a long time ago. Ooh, that would help a lot. Ooh, that would be incredible for any mages I have. Being able to have them attack immediately instead of wasting time charging. Okay, I can get a flanking boost. That could be incredibly useful. That would only help my samurai team at this point, so I'm not going to worry about that at the minute. We will take the capacity reduction for artifacts. That's absolutely something I want. We'll go ahead and... We'll go ahead and take the Magician Initiative for now. And I'll start cleaning up some more of this high stuff here soon. Because these are all really good. What's in the shop? Absolutely. That's pretty good, so I'll take that too. Absolutely buying that. And honestly, just give me all of it except the Emerald Ring. We don't need more Emerald Rings. What do we got in here? I might buy that Lightning Mage because they're proving to be a pain to train. And I am short on mages. Zweihanders are also pretty hard to train, and that's a cheap Zweihander. Who could be turned into literally anything else. There's an irony that I love to a Templar with thievery. Like, I don't think I need to explain the humor of that to anybody. I'm gonna grab a couple extra apprentices. Because if I do make a non-player character, a non-story character squad, it'll probably be a mage squad since I don't have one. Because we haven't encountered an actual mage story character. You can both become paladins now. Once again, making Diana's squad pretty much the most powerful squad I goddamn have. Nobody else has got promotions ready yet. Raskuja. What do I want to do with you? At night, every attack is an ambush. Ooh. Okay. Do you have actual class options? No. You are you. Got it. 32 strength, 64 skill. I think I could actually step him back and turn him into an assassin. Let's test that. Yeah, but he can't become a Zweihander, of course. So he's not gonna have the class proficiency to be an assassin. I'm just curious if he could reach it. Yeah, he could become an assassin if I take him that way. Okay. Okay. So if I sit there and get him the CP, he could become an assassin. That is tempting. But I've already got people working towards being assassins, so I don't need that. I was just curious. We'll put him back to being a ranger as he was. You're in position to become a ranger, you just need to get your CP. For now, I might actually just let him be an all-ranger team. None of you have a capacity reduction or anything that'll help get you into that squad, so we'll just give him some stuff. Call it good. Denari armor to keep him alive. I don't think he gets a movement penalty in the woods, but he may as well take that armor for now until I spot something better for him. Sure, give him slight extra evasion. And the problem I'm running into with making a mage squad is I don't even know whose team to change to make it into one. Because I like having Sybil's squad be my secondary blocker with the added mages behind her. Because she's fantastic at dealing with cavalry. I'm not going to change over either of the archer squads because they would lose range by turning into mages. Raskuja's the only one I could change over to that, but I feel like he'd lose his only real advantage in a mage squad. I theoretically could turn Stefan's team into mages and have Stefan just carry as a backup for the casters. Because I don't really need two light infantry teams, necessarily. But by that same logic, Stefan kind of already does the same job Raskuja does, theoretically, better at the moment. But the problem is, I don't know what the growth for these two would really prove out to be. Like, he naturally has skill-based things, and he's specifically built around ambushing. So you would think we'd want to keep him with things that work with ambush. But I would assume casters don't really work with ambush, specifically. His whole team's got guerrilla, as well, because, you know, that's just his flavor. There's a very real possibility I'll get a mage leader at some point as well. I don't know. We can add another unit to Narima's team here. Give her another archer for now, so he can start training up to join everybody else in being samurai. Is there an artifact I wanted to give you, or am I back to being out of good artifacts for you as well? Yeah, you're basically out of artifacts that would matter for you at all. Problem is, I'm stacked for things that would benefit a caster team, and I just don't have one. This is the closest I've got. On that note, go ahead and trade out the Aura Weave cloak. No, because that would lose them a lot of strength, though, which would hamper their ability to counter their cavalry. I don't really want to do that, actually. How about the Blood Staff? That costs them max HP. That's not a good idea either. And that's not really an improvement, particularly. So no, they'll just stick with the Aura Weave cloak. Of course, everybody's got more capacity now because of the fact that we reduced our costs. I could give Stefan the Lightning Mage for now, until it gets trained up. Because he does need another unit. But it would also make more sense for him to be in Sybil's squad, so... In the interest of making this a better squad, we'll go ahead and put the Lightning Mage in there. And we'll have Stefan train this apprentice to be better at what he does. Because they still count as light infantry since the majority of them are light infantry. And that'll help him out a bit with dealing with armor. I'm just trying to decide if there's anything I want to really change in any significant capacity. Part of my current problem is I don't really have the most room to be making a lot of changes. If I take away an expensive artifact from my team, which I don't think I even have one. No, the most expensive thing on me is the gorilla armor, and that only is capacity 1 at this point. If I had something that was capacity 2, I would have taken it off and added another unit to my squad. But no, because that would only be 10, and by this point, since I would be adding a 7th, it would cost more capacity, so that wouldn't work anyway. We don't have any arena tokens this time. I do have a level 1 thing I can grab down here. But if I was gonna do that, I should have done that before I bought the mages. Because the big thing would be the half CP. So, hang on. I'm not actually going to use stuff on him, I'm just using him to look at my inventory. We do have a bunch of things we can use still. Leadership and loyalty. That's a thought, since we're having leadership issues with some of these. What is your attribute, Sybil? Fire. Does fire even help you, really? Because if I change her to be light, I think that'll give her enough extra leadership she can do more. Just need to check. Yeah, because fire is actually down magic, which hurts her. So yeah, we're actually gonna fix her alignment. That should help her a lot. Because that'll give her another 9 leadership and 3 more magic. So yes, that I think is worth it. Also got all these traits I've not used for anybody. Healing Attuned, I think just... yeah, that's being healed, not healing. None of this will really help her that much unless I give her one of the mint leaves of magic. How far off of being a Templar are you now? Still really far. Okay. Very good. But she does now have enough room to add another unit to her squad, which is what I was hoping to accomplish there. What I'll do is I'll take the extra Acolyte we have and put that in as a center for her? Nah, they're fine as they are as far as their front goes. What I'm gonna do instead is I'm gonna move Sybil over and put another mage in her squad. Because I do, like I said, I do want to build the caster squad. So for now, she's gonna be kind of in between the annoying blocker and the casters. Which, let me actually... Now, the Denari armor is giving them a bunch of max HP, which... 35 does help a fair bit with the amounts the lower guys have. Waffle, 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 waffle. It's also 4 more armor, and the Denari armor does give magic as well. Nah, I think plus 11 magic's good enough for them for now. So that makes that squad a little stronger. I don't really think there's anything else I can or need to change, really. Because just about everybody is falling short due to statistics. Off to Chapter 9. Throne Room, Imperial Palace at the capital. You gaze upon the throne as though you will never have it, Prime Minister. As if you actually need the temple's permission. I could sit on there at any moment, but I dare not. To you people, what this throne represents might seem like a trifling matter, but to me it is my entire life. Easy, you know. The temple will confirm me, and then no one will question my rule. As you wish, but short of that, we will find a way. We have word that the False One has reached Lemelin Temple. The Cassius Belli is now yours. You may make your next move. Then the Orphan and the Paladins will soon be utterly destroyed, and the temple will fall in line. We have concern that you don't take the game of war seriously enough, Prime Minister. The temple warriors have thwarted us even time and time again. You must bring overwhelming force or you will lose. What are you so worried about anyway? General Lysander, one of our best tacticians, will command the army. We will bring our gunner squads to bear as well. And now, I've had just about enough of justifying myself to you people. Off with you! Best of luck in the coming battle, Prime Minister. That is a lot of soldiers. The enemy lies before you at Lemelin Monastery. We shall crush the treasonous temple for harboring the enemies of the Empire of Viridia. Generals Lysander, don't disappoint me. Yes, Your Excellency. You can count on me. The Imperial government is invading the monastery? Unforgivable. Great Paladin, perhaps the government means us no harm. Please practice restraint, warriors. Prime Minister's been desperate for an excuse to destroy us, and now we've given him one. Sorry, I will take my leave now. That excuse is me, isn't it, Diana? This turn of events was inevitable. We are much more powerful with your tactical mind, so Donar has given us a blessing. At least we know what we're up against. No more mercenaries. This is the Empire's central army. They'll have larger and more organized ranks and perhaps some gun units in the mix. We don't want to be on the wrong side of gunnery units. Their weapons make any armor basically useless. Drac, the temple maintains outposts by the river. We should fortify the river to protect the monastery from needless violence. Those forts are closer to Casimir's army than they are to us, but it might be worth a shot. I guess now would be a good time to pray to Donar. So they've got some small gunnery squads, not a huge issue, I don't think. Lysander himself commanding an army over here. I'm guessing that chest has to be reached in 10 turns or I can't open it. First time we've seen that. There's a bazaar there that I need to make sure to remember. There's a cannon guarding the fortress over here. That's a new thing. They're starting to field Zweihanders as well. A lot of them, actually. At least one Centurion, 2 of them, actually. There's one right there. And a couple over there. A lot of treasure kicking around, too. Cavalry unit. So, at the very minimum, we want Sybil over here to help counter the cavalry. Since they've got a lot of spears, like, everywhere, I don't really like the odds of sending Barnabas out on his own anywhere, or Jules. Anna front and center. Skuja will come out the corner here. Abigail. Stefan. Rima. We are gonna be a bit outnumbered here. That much is guaranteed to be true. Because I didn't make extra squads, so we're down 3 as far as deploy limit goes. But that hasn't hurt us so far. I don't expect it to hurt us yet.
Telling me who to kill.
Here comes Sybil, ready or not.
Now, the thing is, I fully expect their cavalry to try to rush to take the monastery. And unlike usual, I'm actually going to prepare for that a bit this time.
Master Sergeant,
Or at least keep that in mind. Thing is, there's a lot of bridges, so there's not really a way I'm going to be able to block all of the bridges. As much as the game's like, hey, go block the bridges and take the forts. Their cavalry's going to be at those forts and past them before we can even get close. So I don't really anticipate that being too much of a thing. I'm gonna have him try to slip over and grab Port Herald quickly.
Where am I needed?
You just head straight for the nearest fort, because you'll at very least be able to hold the
You will
majority of them
always find a
off
way.
on your own. Till the gunners get up. The gunners are gonna be the only serious issue.
Oh, sorry. Did you need something?
Sayuna will never die.
My friends are counting on me.
For my people, for my homeland.
This is gonna be ugly. I do not like this layout at all. There's way too much to cover, and if I try to sweep one side with a large force, they're just gonna slip around me and take the base. Yeah, notice how even the gunners are gonna get to the forts before me, so I don't know what the hell the game was thinking was possible with that idea. Aside from, like, rushing cavalry to those forts.
I ain't got all day.
A paladin never surrenders.
'Cause she can reach the fort, but she's gonna get slammed with an entire wall of gunnery squads. I'm better off letting them come forward and then attacking them myself so I can take them out before they get a shot off.
They'll notice this one for sure.
Put Sybil front and center there, have him grab the iron. So basically I'm gonna play around the gunnery squad's movement range. I don't know if they can shoot more than one tile. I think they only shoot single tile range. Which is a bit weird, but it is what it is. So since we can reach the fort already, I'm just gonna kind of hang out
I must stay
a moment
strong.
and let them
Time
come
to
in.
even the odds.
It does mean giving them the fort, but that's fine, because even with the protection of the fort, those gunners are fragile. They'll just get crushed. Yes, this is fine. The problem is going to be Lysander's teams are going to come up the side like that. But that was going to happen whether I moved into the fort or not. This way, at least we don't take a heavy volley of gunfire immediately. They're also not gonna position themselves in the fort? Interesting. So what you're saying is I can take the fort with impunity and do terrible things as a result of it. This is it, men of Isanter. Our chance to stand up to the central government's tyranny is now. We cannot abide this disgraceful action by the Prime Minister. Attack the Imperial Army and reinforce the temple. Isanter has arrived. You know what to do, men. The temple will not fall today. May we join Isanter and resolve to bring the Prime Minister to heel. That's what I was hoping for, since we talked to him before. What is this? That's Duke Lothair's army, and General Lysander has defected. Damn good timing, fella. Donor has answered our call. The temple shall never perish. We are gonna have to dig Lysander out of some hell, though. What treachery. The Duke of Isanter must be a fool of the highest order to make an enemy of me.
Repent before the righteous.
You go ahead and take the fort now. And crush this gunnery squad before it can fire on Lysander.
Bet you didn't see this
You
one
take this
coming.
gunnery squad out. 'Cause there's no way they're gonna stand up to your attacks.
The battle lies
I'll
before
sweep this one. I don't think even Narima's gonna be able to reach that one.
Time to end.
I can fire on it with Jules first and then fire on it with Narima, though, and that should take it out, if Jules doesn't take it in one go. That's good enough. They'll die to literally anybody.
Donna, guide my attack.
This puts Narima at risk. Unless I put her here. Hang on. I need to think. They can reach both of those positions. But I think the hills might protect her a little bit. There's also the fact that this cavalry is going to come in and fuck things up. So I think this will be okay. I can also use the extension in a range by the hill. Keep her away from the worst of them.
I'm just getting started.
And this lot can meet the cavalry head-on just fine. I just gotta watch that they don't try to cut around me. Which is why I laid them out the way I did, since they were riding in line. They get jammed up pretty easily, movement-wise. It's a risk as far as having Raskuja's party there, because I don't know how well they'll take a cavalry charge. Abigail, I think, will be okay, and Sybil, of course, is built for it.
The army is
I have control of Lysander, so I need to move him, because him sitting there is a death trap for him. He's got gunners, spears, and himself. So at the very least, he doesn't have the cavalry disadvantage necessarily of dealing with spearmen. But for now, I'm going to move him over into this fort to keep him from getting overrun as easily. Yeah, because I figured the enemies were going to move before my allies. I did not think he could reach that. Jules is once again a victim of my miscalculation. Yeah, they're actually doing some decent damage to Diana with their magic. Which is an issue. Shooting over her at me, huh? Interesting. Yep, straight into the spears. They have some real serious units being fielded here, though, judging from the damage they're dealing. So I'm glad I didn't reduce their armor, or their health, because we're losing spears to these knights. Is, you know, tier difference. Tier 3 knights against tier 2 spears, really not going to be a fair fight against the spears. It didn't move the other team that was over there. Wait. I did not... Wait, do I have control of these? No. So why didn't they move? They just kind of sat there.
School is in session.
You'd think they would have, you know, attacked with the opportunity of surprise they had there, instead of just kind of sitting there like lumps. I'm really disappointed in you boys on that one.
I love this part.
Okay, Stefan hit that. Because that'll get them off of Jules. There we go.
Here
Since
comes
Sybil's
Sybil,
squad is
ready or not.
weakened... Actually, no.
How can I help, my lord?
I'm gonna move Jules over to support this side. The hell?
We will
Oh, right,
always
you
find a
can't
way.
reach anything from there. We'll weaken this squad of knights a bit. Except it didn't actually weaken them at all, because they have good enough healers. Well, run away! Because I think we'll be okay over here. Everybody
Cyrena
fearful.
will never die.
Battle formations.
Let's see what you can do, Lysander. Pretty good, pretty good. As expected of somebody who's got a gunnery line in there.
A paladin never surrenders.
Can you force them to surrender? Mid. None. Yeah, go ahead and let them have their free shot and then crunch them. That did not crunch as well as I'd hoped, though.
Now.
But it'll be okay, they'll throw themselves away on somebody in a second.
I must not fail.
Why didn't you target the knight? They literally would have just surrendered if you... God damn it.
They'll notice
Yeah,
this
Sybil
one
will
for
go
sure.
after the squad of 3 over here, instead of taking on the bigger squads, since her team is so badly injured at this point. Yeah, that was a safe move. Now they're shaken.
The school journeys to be ready.
You stand here and attack that. You should take that squad out. Yep. Perfect. And now they're walled off from getting very far. So they can't use the advantage of cavalry to move around. Should be reasonably good now. And now they ride in to steal the glory. We did all the goddamn work, and they're just gonna... What are you doing? You could have literally just rode straight to the right. I mean, I guess they don't have any advantage for moving through trees, so their pathing tells them it's a better idea to go around them. And now the second set of them is going to come rushing in. I'm sure there was a way I could have handled this better, but this is holding well enough.
Telling me who to kill.
I must be brave.
That's a minor problem. Yeah, you can hit Lysander in the back.
Donar be with us.
If I move...
Repent before the righteous.
If I move Diana here, have her top off her own health that little bit, since they got close to killing her with that one squad that hit her.
Ready.
Put myself in the fort since I'm less durable than she is. That should block for Lysander just fine, so he can hit this squad here.
Time to even the odds.
Narima can get up on the wall and make use of the advantage of that. And I can put
Stay
Jules
strong,
up there as well. Might not even need to attack that squad with Lysander. Nah, they'd lived. Move further onto the wall. They're fearful
What's our
now.
next tactic?
Yeah, very low, because they still have their big guy up front. Who just gets shot.
Getting real thirsty here.
Okay. Stefan just finished blocking this path here. I should have healed. I forgot his unit was so badly injured. They are absolutely gonna go for that. Actually, no, I've got the lowest threat. They should go for me. But we'll see.
My friends are counting on me.
Yeah, they still can move and attack Sybil, so they might go through them to go after her.
I'm just getting started.
I'm actually gonna have her stay here to heal her spearman, since a lot of attacks are gonna focus him.
I can do
In fact, no, actually, let's do this. Stabilize her squad since she's the weakest one, other than Stefan as far as damage goes at this point.
Master Sergeant, awaiting orders.
Barnabas can grab these chests. While I want the mines and such, I need to deal with the problems we got going here first. Oh, great. Now his cavalry's gonna jam up the goddamn works. Which is gonna be good and bad. All of his squads have lower threat than mine, so they should go for them. aside from the fact that my units are in the way of the southern ones coming up. So mixed results on that. I do not understand his pathing at all, though. Where the hell is he going? Aside from just kind of into the middle of everything. He literally had about 3 or 4 better paths he could have taken in terms of getting to enemies, and instead he's just prancing on through the middle of my goddamn formation. Which I don't mind. It's better that his units get massacred rather than mine, but doesn't make any damn sense.
I ain't got all day.
Fire affinity, okay.
Donar, guide my attack.
Here comes Sybil, ready or not. I must not fail.
Part of me was debating sending Sybil up to grab these mines since she's injured. But I think even down 1 spearman she'll do okay. As long as I don't send her against any of the heavy stuff, like the Zweihanders and such.
Bet you didn't see this one coming.
You go ahead and clean that up. That gives him a chance to heal his squad.
For my people, for my homeland.
I'm gonna go ahead and take up a position over here. I know that's letting that Zweihander team through. I'm kind of hoping the AI might actually use 2 brain cells and turn around to fight them for me, rather than carrying on the way they are.
Awaiting your orders.
So I'm gonna make a kind of bold move that might blow up in my face, it might not. Because I want to use the guns to start taking some of those heavy guys like the Centurions down.
Where am I needed?
While Diana can just block the bridge and keep them from moving freely.
Time to end this.
Problem is, Jules doesn't get a shot from the wall here anymore. I'm gonna leave him on the wall, though, because I don't want him just getting rushed down and killed.
Swift as wind, strike like fire.
You go ahead and go past him to hit the Zweihander team from behind and take them out. The near-dead crossbow team's not an issue. It means I won't get the surrender because they are going to wipe themselves out, but I'm not that worried about 1 surrender. With the way this fight's been playing out, I'm more interested in minimizing damage a little bit there. And that's the other thing, is I anticipated them just going straight through, because they're not going to use logic and go for the enemies that are on the screen. They're going to throw themselves away on a goddamn Centurion instead. Oh my god. How stupid is this AI? They've got spears. Let's charge them with cavalry. Dead. Thank you. That at least was a somewhat smart move. Now, if only you sent more than 1 guy over there. Love of God. Like, I'm glad I don't have to keep these guys alive. If I had to keep them alive, I would just be crying right now, because the level of suicidal stupidity at play here is just shocking. Just the utter disinterest in keeping themselves alive. I think he can win that fight. It's not gonna be a great fight.
You got a plan?
But in the interest of keeping him from coming around on the archers, might have to.
How can I help, my lord?
And that's about what I expected, is you just crush them and it's fine. Move you further onto the wall. You can come out and make him surrender.
I must stay strong.
My
At the rate this is
friends are
going, you
counting
may
on
as well go for the mines.
They'll notice this one.
We're not gonna
Sure.
need this many units to clean out what's down here. You should be able to clean that up on your own. Especially since it's nighttime now, so you get the ambush. Yep. Nice and clean.
Break their
That
resolve.
surrender was exactly what I was hoping for. I'm not gonna rush Lysander forward
A
since there
paladin
are a lot
never
of spearmen involved there. Diana can bait them.
Thirsty here.
I believe in Stefan. He might lose his rogues off the front line, but I think he'll win this fight. Because he can take their back line out. Yep, there we go. The dangerous one's down. He lost a rogue. That's okay. Because now they're shaken enough that if they survive attacking, it'll take care of itself. We might not manage to get that 4-turn chest, though. Especially if the Green Cavalry keeps destroying themselves. Like, I do not understand this. Well, I do, but I don't. It's because it's what they can reach, and it has low threat, according to the calculation. But now they're nearly dead and in the way. Like, it's just maddening. Because they are 100% just gonna get wiped out. To no real effect, aside from making the enemies move slightly stupidly in my favor.
The battle lies before me.
Like, it's like if an entire army showed up to save your country and then promptly jumped off the cliff right next to your city. It's like, thanks? Was that helpful? Lysander, go to the bazaar before I forget it's there. Or won't you? Valkyrie, Paladin. I could get a raider to stabilize Jules' team. And he has a lot of traits. Yeah, we'll go ahead and grab him. I might use him, I might not, we'll see. I'm guessing since he's got such a long name, he might also be unique, which is why I don't want to necessarily leave him behind. We'll go ahead and take all this fancy stuff as well. That's fantastic. Any kind of self-healing is going to be huge.
I'm just getting started. I can do this.
Hindsight being 2020, I should have sent Jules to go get that stuff once this fight cleaned up as much as it did, but too late.
Sayuna will never die.
School is in session.
Okay, yeah, the trees are a lot worse for cavalry than I thought they were. Because that's actually forest.
Sergeant awaiting orders.
I'm assuming even a gorilla armor
Oh, sorry. Did you
pursuit
something?
probably wouldn't get through that properly. I keep forgetting to fucking heal with him. 'Cause I keep forgetting I gave him a healer.
Donar be with us.
Actually, hang on.
Repent.
You
before
can
the
absolutely
righteous.
survive this positioning, so go ahead and go there. Wait. No. Okay, you're out of cannon range, and that's not gonna leave the base, so... You can go around, hit him. And this puts her in position of stealing the chest next turn, so we don't have to worry about not getting the bonus chest. And now both of these are pretty well fucked up, so we're in a good spot now. Enemy movement, they can move around a lot, but it's not going to accomplish anything for them, and... Oh, we did have to keep the center squads alive, and I have no idea how they would have expected me to do that with how stupid they were. They literally just threw themselves into fire, and they're... Oh well. I literally would have to have, like, walled off everything so that they couldn't just screw themselves over. Yeah, now they're gonna back up and just start shooting and be annoying. Which is fine, because it's not gonna accomplish anything. If anything, they just let me heal more.
I must not fail. Here comes
The iron doesn't matter that much, it's just another objective to grab.
Battle formations.
We don't need to shop anymore, so come on out of there. We'll go ahead and seize that while it still has time left. Trait Bloodlust,
Time
nice.
to act is now.
Okay. Actually, can I force surrender on you? None. His morale went up, hitting the other guys. But that's fine. You'll be able to make them surrender, or when you take them down. Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead and make that unit surrender. And if they don't somehow destroy themselves, we'll go ahead and make them surrender next turn.
Bet you didn't see this one coming.
Now, Diana's unit is in cannon range now. That is going to be a problem. That's probably going to really hurt. But out of anyone I have, she's the only one I could say with reasonable certainty will survive getting hit with a cannonball. Yeah, I figured they were gonna run over and shoot Jules and promptly get shot to death. This is really gonna hurt, though. Okay, that wasn't as bad as expected. Cannons are affected by armor unlike guns. Got it. Because if that was not affected by armor, she would have been obliterated.
Time to end this.
They've got a bunch of gunners and the cannon. Ooh. Hang on. No. No. I'm betting cannons can counterfire. They're at that range, can't they? I have no means of knowing for sure, I don't think. Unless... Can I check... It doesn't say on defensive any battle actions, so yep, there we go. Can't counterattack.
How can I help my lord?
So we can safely fire on them to weaken that squad a bit. Not that they're not already quite fragile, but considering the amount of damage that cannon can do, I want it as weak as possible before we try to hit it. Not gonna be able to reach it.
I love this part.
You got a plan?
Skuja, I think, will do enough damage to get rid of the gunners out front. Yep, there we go. He cleaned up just fine.
For my people.
And
For
now
my
we can
homeland.
use the shuffle feature to switch places with
I
them,
must stay strong.
because my squad's a little tougher.
What's our next tactic?
I also forgot that Shuffle wouldn't let me attack after shuffling. They are spoiled for choice on targets. at the moment, but they've only got the one cannon now. They might actually blast Narima's squad, though, which might be a slight issue. Oh well.
They'll notice this one for sure.
It wouldn't be a strategy of mine without some regret involved. Yeah, we've cleaned up everything else. So... they'll fire the cannon here in a minute. At somebody. Yeah, they're firing at Diana again, which is an interesting choice. Yeah, actually oh right, she has the noisy cricket, so it targeted her over all else, I suppose. Now I'll get out of the way. And I want Narima to finish this job off. She needs the experience more than anybody else, really, at the moment. And we will have... Jules go ahead and take the point. Ba-da-ba-ba. Chapter complete with no actual casualties. Still an S rank, even though the Duchy of Isanter wiped themselves out. Good enough for me. I guess you've made your intentions clear, huh? I have, Drac. But have you? Temple would have me be some sort of fulfillment of a prophecy. What's one to do, Lysander? It depends on what you want. You could simply disappear and not concern yourself with supernatural myths. But you're not going to do that, are you? These are my people. Even every Viridian. Part of me wants to be what they want me to be, to save them from the darkness we all know is coming. Guess I never cared much about this new world that seems to be creeping in. And what world is that? As children, we are taught about a past that's so much greater, and men so much nobler. But it seems the legends of the past are forever gone. Now we're stuck with weak and petty leaders. Men of the past would give their lives to ensure a lasting peace, but now there's so much less hope, so much more cynicism. I've heard other Succession War orphans say the same, but to the generation before us, this attitude seems revolutionary. Why? It seems so simple. In an age of lies, the truth is an act of dissent, and the greatest enemy of evil is an awoken people, those who feel just as you do. You know, it is quite intriguing to me, Drac, when we consider the rebellion of General Antares. Here we now stand, opposed to our own government, just as he was. Perhaps it was Antares who could see further ahead than any of us. Yes. Yes, that is accurate. He knew what the hell was coming, and he was trying to avert it before it got this far, and we kinda undid that. History will likely see you as the inheritor of the very rebellion you fought to put down. Yeah, pretty much. We picked up his sword and now are tearing things apart just as he did. For all we know, he knew about the cult and everything before he got put down. Casimir enjoys popular support by making grand promises to the public, to progress the country beyond the shackles of the nobility and to spread their ill-gotten wealth. Now able to link the Donari Temple to the Empress's murder, he had all the justification he needed to carry out his vengeance on the temple. With help from Duke Lothair and the army of Isanter, and the defection by Imperial General Lysander, the attack on Lemlin failed in a humiliating defeat. Duke Terranor of Rimorg has not taken the Empress's murder lightly. After weeks of persuasion by Prime Minister Casimir, Terranor reluctantly agrees that the time to take action against Lothair and the Temple is now. Terranor marches his army into Lothair's territory, marking the beginning of the Viridian Civil War. Because, of course, with Lothair busy getting involved over in Lemelin, they have an opening on the other side to attack. The West, which includes the Duchy of Isanter and the Donari Temple, against the East, comprised of the Duchy of Remorg and the Imperial Government. Terranor's much more powerful army takes the offensive and seizes the Isanter city of Truke. They now prepare for an assault on Isanter's capital city. If Isanter were to fall, the temple would be next, and with its collapse, Casimir may become unstoppable. Diana and Drac prepare for war and set out to stop the city of Isanter from falling into enemy hands. Where's Embor in all this? What the hell's that whole lot doing? Answer? I guess nothing. I don't know, we kind of flattened the majority of the Tide Reaver force, I think, for the time being. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they pay the powers that be off, and they can do whatever the hell they want. It's how that always works. Nope, gonna fucking do it myself. Gonna burn them all down. Kill them all. Oh boy. And this is what happens when a scholar talks to somebody of a religious mind. Because the thing is, what he's saying does make sense. From a logical perspective, he would be correct. The thing is, we do have plenty of proof of a very big difference in methods, which would make the difference. That's also a fair point, though. You don't have to devil's advocate everything on the damn face of the planet. That's exactly what I was talking about. There is that! Now she's making fun of him. I get the feeling that he's not used to talking to people. He's one of those people who's been more at home around books, kind of like I've been. Okay, so they do actually have a direct connection, and those do make sense. Water to kindness, guile to wind, stability to earth, strength and rage to fire, and of course, the lead always gets light. That's just how it is. The thing is, she's more experienced and she is more respected, but her typical battle strategy would probably be very similar to my own. Go smash enemy, move on with life. Yeah, precisely. And of course we have... Ooh. Let's... I don't know if I want to blindly jump that line. I don't know if that'll disappear if I don't do that. But I'm gonna hold that thought for the time being. Because I don't know what effects that has down the line. We now have another squad, Lysander. And he is designed to have gunnery units. Okay. Problem is, gunners are a dead end. They're all well and good, but they don't turn into anything else. And Lysander's, of course, unique. He's immune to being attacked. Since he's a scholar, I might actually switch him to be the mage squad, even though he has an advantage with firearms. He also has massive goddamn leadership. I'll need to think on that. It's unfortunate that I won't be able to just directly fit Tariq in. Which of you is the worst one? You're not doing so hot. I think that frontliner, yeah, that frontliner is the weakest in terms of strength. And I think strength's what they need to be raiders. Yeah. Okay. So you'll be removed in favor of Tariq for now. And once he gets a bit more leadership, we'll swap in the other horse archer. Or can he fit him? No, he literally needs, I think, like... 2 more points, yeah. Assuming I'm reading that correctly, anyway. Let's see. Let's check the marketplace. Ooh, we've also got a warbow we can buy. Overpower. A samurai. Pair of samurai, actually. Both with unassuming pole-arm warrior. Okay. I was kind of hoping to find another caster or something in there. Ooh. Not as fussed about that. I think I'll leave the Cloak of Cunning behind. This would expedite Narima's squad and getting stronger by a lot. I'll hire them, and I'm not committed whether I'll use them immediately or not, but I will hire them because they're not that expensive. So if I end up changing my mind, it's not a big expense. Narima... Hang. Which of you is the least well off? You are the worst one of the lot for reaching what I want you to reach. So we'll go ahead and get rid of you. We will add one of the samurai in, since she does have the room for it. We'll go ahead and put you in the team. Because it also means she has some protection on the front, which will help keep her squad intact a bit better. I am kind of disappointed that nobody's gained enough anything in order to change class still. She's really close, and we do have an apple of skill. So if I give her 2 CP things and the skill thing, we'd get her to Swordmaster and get that one done. But that is a pretty big expense. You would need a similar situation. You have enough magic, though, so you would just need some CP books and you could become an Ice Mage. You are maxed out, of course, you just need a little more strength. Do I have something to give you the 3 strength that you need? Then again, actually, no. I don't even need to give him more strength, I just need to level him once or twice. So he's pretty close to getting better, I don't think I need to do anything for him. Same goes with him. They just need to get their CP up, and by the time they do, they'll be ready to go. You are maxed out. Why can't you? Oh, you just need 3 more magic. You I might give the mint leaves to, then. I think that's actually enough magic to get her to be a Templar. No, it'd be 1 short. Then we'll just let her level naturally, and that'll take care of itself since she's another dark attribute one. Let's see. What's your issues? You mostly just need CP and a little more strength. So you guys are still in the situation of you need to kind of naturally take care of your problem. You are Earth. Would fire help you? It would increase your strength. Put you to 34 strength. Which is still not enough, but you've got a long way to go before you get to where you need to be anyway. If I don't find somebody else I want to put fire for, I will do that for you. It's your malfunction. You just need more time. Thing is, I feel like I need to start getting rid of some of these weaker classes. They need to become better things, like, soon. I'm getting that feel that I'm falling behind. Since we're starting to see higher end units running around. How much would you gain in strength if I switched you to fire? You actually wouldn't gain any. Oh wait, that's the lightning guy, not the earth guy. I wanted this one. That would give you 4 more strength. And how much did you need? You need 42 for the lowest requirement. Which Sentinel is what I would want for Sybil's team. And if I give you the roast beef of might, that gives you 2. Okay. Blooded is the one where they deal more damage to damaged units. I really need to start using some of these trait books too to make these units stronger. For those wondering, it's absolutely hitting me at this point that I already knew this, but I'm realizing I made a lot of mistakes along the way in terms of how I've done certain things. I could expedite these guys to becoming rangers if I give them some CP books. But it's only 500 each, so it would take 3 CP books, for example, for that guy to reach enough to become a ranger. So I don't know if I really want to do that. It would be 6 CP books to turn his whole squad into rangers. Which would help him immensely. I'm not saying it wouldn't. Do I have anybody who's been made loyal? Yeah, I got a horsebow that's loyal, but not really a big help to him, all things considered. Part of my logic is, if I take away Sybil's mages, I can put the additional spearmen into Sybil's squad, and have her be a dedicated anti-cavalry unit. And then Lysander's unit becomes the dedicated mage squad, allowing me to better optimize their artifacts, rather than this weird half and half I have for Sybil's squad right now. The problem is, it would make Lysander's squad incredibly vulnerable if I put the books and such on them, because their health will become, like, non-existent. But anything they come in contact with would explode. I'm gonna start dismissing the lower end units that are in the reserves, though. Like these guys that are like level 8 and such, they're of no use at this point. They're genuinely just gonna take up space. They have zero hope of being useful. You have Life of Soul. And I did just hire you, so I won't get rid of you quite yet. And I'm not gonna get rid of the Drakeling because they're really hard to get a hold of. What does Life Assault do? Bonus to hit confers a partial bonus to critical hit chance. That doesn't actually help a mage particularly, I don't think, so you're actually gone. Because I can do this. And that allows me to hire better ones. But I can't help but notice that the half class mastery thing doesn't apply to apprentices, which is a bit interesting. But what I can do is start making a few more spearmen and such. Again, because none of these have the right affinity I want necessarily. I'm gonna hire a few, just trying to get the right affinity roll. Because they're cheap, so I can just hire a ton of them. The game knows what I'm doing, though, and is having none of it, so I'm not gonna waste my time doing that any further. As you can see, I hired a lot of them. keep the fire ones, but I'm gonna get rid of a lot of the ones I just hired. Because the fire ones have increased strength, so they'll be a bit easier to get to what I want. I could cycle these guys around to other things, but I don't need the things that'll be. I'm gonna keep the earth one, I think, because he'll be a little tougher. He'll make a better soldier rather than a spearman. In order to make them to spearmen, they just need to get their CP up, which a single CP book will take care of that. It's a little wasteful to do this, and I admit that, but I'm also probably not going to use these damn things on much of anything else. So I'm going to keep second-guessing myself about them. So I'm just going to use that to immediately turn those two into spearmen. And they're not too far off of reaching Sentinel. They just need to get trained. These guys are 13, so it's not that big a difference. And judging from the damage this squad took last time they were fighting, that's why I went and bought an additional spearman so I can fit them into her team. It's clear that she needed a little bit of stabilizing. At the very least, those will help until I decide whether I want to change Lysander over to mages only. I could give him the samurai. In fact, I will, just so he starts building loyalty. I think that's what Lysander's squad's gonna be to me to a degree, is loyalty training, since he's got a huge amount of leadership to hold a huge pile of units in. You do need artifacts, though. You don't have any. You don't need Steel Shatter since your gun already goes past that. So I'll give you the Gorilla Bow for the hit rate. Gorilla Armor. Just so you can sneak around a bit. You don't need the Shinobi Gi particularly. You're not a melee attacker, so you don't need that. I really need the magic boost there, though. I'm really lacking in good strength stuff this time around, aside from what's already equipped on people. I am gonna give you the Shinobi Gi at this point, though. Since I'm kind of stacking the evasion for them. Because that'll keep his squad alive. Whereas Stefan's stacked for pure murder, aside from the tower shield. Speaking of, who do I give the... Actually, yeah. A bit of armor pen would be great for my archers, so they might actually start doing more real damage. I like that idea. That'll do for the moment. We'll see how well old Chapter 10 treats us. Alex. Mom, you just got here. Until my mission is complete, I will win this war. It is not safe for us. I hate your stupid wars. As you should, kid. As you should. Stay with Adalia, okay? The temple will look after you a while. And he's gone. He's gonna go be a kid somewhere. This is the Great Duchy of Visanter, our greatest rival for generations. What a joke. Commander, send all units to their capital at once. Anna, is the temple prepared to go to war against Remorg? This war is upon us whether we are prepared for it or not. Visanter is the only thing standing in between us and ruin. We must not let their capital fall. Got it. We need to push south and waste no time while we're at it. If we retake Turkey from the Eastern armies, all better. So they've got some light infantry over here on the side, trying to cause issues. They've got a whole lot of units. Lothar himself's, of course, sitting in his palace with some sentinels. He's got some basic units guarding the bridge there. We need to push through fast if we're to keep them from taking that. Yeah, I figured if they take either my fort or Visanter's, we're screwed. We've got to complete it within 12 turns to get the challenge and keep all enemy squads from attacking a center palace, which I'm betting we're not going to be able to stop them from attacking the palace at all. That's probably not happening. There's just simply too many enemies in the way, unless we can bait them all to me, which is unlikely. They've got some serious firepower. Okay. Lysander, Masakaja, and Stefan will go over here. They'll take the light infantry out fast and be done with it. Diana, Barnabas, and Sybil will lead the line. Jules right behind them, as well as Abigail and Rima, and myself, of course. We need to just punch straight through if we're gonna have any hope of doing this the way the game wants me to.
Raskuja can sense prey. Awaiting your orders.
Getting real thirsty here.
The whole point is that they disable these units. I don't even care if they destroy them entirely. They'll destroy themselves. Yeah, because he can't reach to get in the base, so it doesn't matter what he does. Let's see. I did not give the toolkit to anybody, and I'm a fool. I meant to, and then I forgot in among all the other bookkeeping. If I had the toolkit on Barnabas, he could just swing up there and take out the cavalry. I mean, take out the archers, rather.
Stay strong, everyone.
So, we're gonna just have to archer duel. Which our archers should win. And as long as we weaken their archery units, it's not as big a problem to get past them.
Sergeant awaiting orders.
Repent before the righteous. Sayuna will never die.
Apparently she can attack them anyway. I guess because she technically is still attacking at range.
My friends are counting
I
me.
think she's got a loophole on that one, because I know we're not supposed to be able to melee attack up the... Wait, then what the hell's the point of the toolkit if we could just attack them on the walls anyway? I'm confused. And I swear that didn't work before. Whatever, doesn't matter. If I missed an attack prompt for the other two, oh well. It'll be fine. they're all gonna attack him and just get slaughtered. There we go, that cleans that up nicely. And I'm not even gonna really stop for these archers much, I'm just gonna keep going. Yeah, see, we couldn't counterattack them off the wall. It's so weird. This is where things are going to start getting ugly for them, is when the big units start getting in. Thankfully, I'm going to assume Sentinels aren't that dangerous for killing people. They're just really durable. So those forces are going to kind of jam up a little bit. And as long as we can push through the wall we've got up there quick, we should be able to get in before it gets to be too problematic. Stopping that cavalry is going to be the problem as far as getting that challenge done. And while Barnabas could chase them, they run at more or less the same speed, so I'm not sure how that's going to work. But I'll give it a shot. Actually...
You got a plan?
no, we can clean up the siege target, just go after their cavalry. I'm hoping that'll cause them to turn around in order to fight Barnabas. If it doesn't, they'll keep going and go attack the palace.
Oh,
I'm not sure how the AI will play that.
Break their resolve.
We'll have to wait and see on that one.
Time to end this.
I can do this.
I could have made them surrender, but I wasn't paying attention. Just kind of rushing
Here comes
through.
Sybil, ready or not.
Okay, they're centered by mages, but they've only got one mage. So that's not super dangerous.
Where am I needed?
Ready.
Bet you didn't see this one coming.
Raskuja is to be ready.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and have him seize those before catching up.
Time to even the odds.
Because we don't need the entire party. Just weaken their archer squad, then it doesn't get to do much of
A
anything.
paladin never surrenders.
You go around... because mages are a problem for you.
For my people.
I do more damage,
my
so I'll
homeland.
go in on the mages. Yeah, 'cause I can kill him before he gets a cast off.
They'll notice this one for sure.
You go ahead and go get that obsidian in the swamp. At the very least, cracked past the first wall fast. Biggest issue I'm gonna have is just the simple fact that my units aren't that fast on the ground. Okay, they're gaining health from the way they're fighting. Okay, you're gonna get into an archer duel and lose. That was the expected result there. Good, good. Because they're gonna get stuck a lot. Just getting stuck in a damn wizard duel over there. What is their cavalry gonna do is the only thing I'm really worried about. I'm hoping they'll do what I want them to, but I'm not gonna bank on them actually being as helpful as that. Yep, just throw your mages away by attacking me. Thank you. That was perfect. We're a little injured, but not enough to be a problem. As long as... Yep, that's what I was afraid of. They come right around on them, even though... Oh, I put a target there. They are a lower threat, so they're an easier target. And Barnabas is not going to be able to hold that. Not on his own, and he's the only cavalry I've got, though. So it's hard for me to have anybody else really able to cross that gap as fast. But I have Diana on the move that way. Because what I'm going to do is have her try to clog the gap with Barnabas.
School is in session.
Go ahead and hit the Bazaar in your way, because you're not going to be able to reach them this turn anyway. Dragoon, okay. I can't afford the Dragoon, though. That is a well-leveled skirmisher. Your stats kind of stink. What do you got? That will actually be helpful. I'll take that. I'm assuming is good. We'll take the Arweave Cloak. Ooh, that's actually fantastic. And that'll be helpful too. Just blew through a big chunk of my money again, but you know, it is what it is.
I'm just getting started.
He'll get there next turn. And heal.
I must stay strong.
They're shattered now. So I'm actually gonna... Actually, no. That'd be stupid. You go up there and deal with him. I'm pretty sure Abigail can reach the unit I was looking at. She'll knock him out of the way, and then I'll carry on forward.
I must not fail.
And that should expedite things a bit.
The battle lies before me.
Telling me who to kill.
The army is ready.
Donar, guide my attack.
How can I help, my lord?
Figured Jules would be able to reach that. This way we can clean this up and keep moving with a decent pace. Thing is, I'm pretty sure they're gonna push through the units on that bridge real soon here. Since the soldiers in that top squad went down. Especially since they went on the offensive. Thankfully, a lot of those units are going to be really badly damaged by the time they get through, though. At the very least, the Sentinel units will be. But now is when they just crack the egg and get in there. Which is going to prevent us from getting the fort. Which, of course, forts provide a hefty benefit, but, you know. It is what it is. And now they can just walk right on through. Barnabas can sweep the mages, though. At least the one squad of mages. They are gonna roll right over him if I throw him in there, though. As strong as his cavaliers are, they're not knights. But it's about the only way I think we're gonna be able to stem the tide coming that way,
Here
even
comes
just
death,
enough to
ready or
slow it
not.
down.
Master Sergeant awaiting
I
orders.
did not want to shop
I
again.
ain't got all day.
Because the thing is, I think they'll just go past him trying to get to the capital regardless. At least that's my hope. I'm gonna hit this team and then get him the hell back. And they'll either go for him or they won't. Yeah, he actually has a decent amount of movement at this point. Even with hit and run. So I'll have him move there. Some of them will definitely go for him.
Before the right.
Some of them will go for Diana. But I wouldn't be surprised if they just continue on their pell-mell charge to the palace.
He will always find a way.
And grab that. It's easy to reach. And they don't have cavalry over here to rush you anymore.
The time to act is now.
That's a little too far forward. Since nobody else is really going to be able to catch up to me.
I await your command.
I must be brave.
Getting real thirsty here.
I'm gonna kind of bring my team back together a bit before we really hit the main body of their army. If I can help it. What I'm hoping to do is bring my crew in behind this. If it doesn't just rush through. But I think with the pacing, it's not gonna work the way I want it to. Okay, your horse archers are being annoying. You're really just letting my soldiers get healed, though, so I'm not sure that was a good plan on your part. They are holding surprisingly well, and I'm giving most of the credit for that to that fort that they're standing in. Okay, I'm gonna have to wipe those guys out on the way. There's no real other option on that. Because they are literally in the way. Okay, they are retargeting. Good. That's exactly what I could have hoped for. That's gonna be a bit of a problem. Oh, they targeted the Acolyte with the mage. Okay, sure. Best possible outcome. Okay, I'm no longer worried. Which I wasn't really worried about Diana's squad dying to the rank and file. I was a little worried about the mages breaking through her armor. Oh, they're all coming up, huh? Okay. That's a bit of an issue. That's a lot of enemies.
You got a plan?
I don't really want to send him in against one of those. But I think what I'll do is I'll have him crack that guy so Diana can get in the fort. Yeah, because he forces those two to immediately surrender. And then he can actually go move on to the chest for his next turn? No. Move down here in case they decide to move past Diana.
Where am I needed?
Go ahead and clobber them because they're stronger. Wow. Sentinels really are goddamn tanky, but they're also in a fort. I really should have hit the other one. Hindsight being 20/20. Okay. That's a lot of cavalry. They can easily overwhelm anybody I fight them with.
They'll notice this one for sure.
I feel like I've made a mistake.
My friends are counting on me.
We're committed at this point. If I back up, they'll just pursue. More than likely. So my best call is to just form up and do the best I can.
Stay strong, everyone.
I wish you had just a little more range so you could get a pot shot in there. You're blocked from getting across that bridge. But you can go over here, pot shot him, and move out of the way of threat. Because the thing is, given an opportunity, they would absolutely just hound Jules down and tear him apart. There's not even a question.
Oh, sorry.
So I'd rather have him just pick somebody off and get the hell out of sight. Those mages need to go. So I'll risk this. Yeah, because that takes that squad off the table.
Sayuna will never die.
I want to bring this line together so that it's harder for them to all pile on one. It's not the best idea I have, but it's the best idea I can work with right now. Weaken the
For my people.
cavalry.
For my homeland.
I know I'm leaving that horse archer team alive, and I don't like doing that, but I think they're less of a problem than having the cavaliers charge somebody. And again, I wanted to complete that line. Stefan's in a really bad spot on that line because they can still surround him with 3. But he's also one of the... Basically, I'm trying to make sure Nerima doesn't get surrounded by more than 2. Because even with those samurai, I don't think her squad's going to be that stable. And 1 or 2 of them might target Lysander if they can reach him. Oh, you just went to go chase Sybil. That works out perfectly. She will just stab you. That's fine. Mages go for me. Takes out my sword fighter, which is annoying, but acceptable. Wow, you came all the way out of there just to attack Jules. Okay. I'm not surprised they attacked Jules, but still really foolish on their part. Thing is, if she keeps winning fights this well, they're just gonna keep piling in on her, which is fine. But it's kind of counterproductive to what I intended. Still, we're gonna mop this a lot more cleanly than I thought I was going to. I was genuinely worried this was gonna blow up in my face somehow. Wow, the AI's targeting is doing a thing right now. Like, the targeting is just having a laugh right now. There's no way in hell those units should have survived so far. They should be dead already. And yet, here we are. We slaughtered them. Like, the majority of their army attacked me and just died. I didn't even have to attack them. And here I was worried about how this was gonna play out.
School is in session.
Now they can come
A
out,
paladin never surrenders.
reinforce my team. Not that they need it, but you know, may as well.
Awaiting your orders.
Go ahead and mop the floor with these guys. I should have made them surrender, but there's something satisfying about just the gun line tearing them apart.
To be ready.
I'm just
Go ahead and
getting
move over
started.
here so those crossbows stop shooting at you. Yeah, I didn't think she needed support on that, but never hurts. Who do we want to have this? Nerima needs to heal, but she has to be healed. She doesn't have a healer in her team. Stefan also needs to heal. So
I must stay strong.
I'll just take care of it myself. Actually, do I have enough threat to force a Fearful Squad down? Nope. But I may as well, because they're not gonna have much of a turn anyway. Considering the caster was gonna have to waste his first turn.
I can do this.
So you go ahead and heal the near-dead samurai, because he's gonna be the one that's gonna get attacked the
Bet you
most.
didn't see this one
You
coming.
move up part way and heal yourself. then
Time
you
to
just kind
even
of
the
shimmy
odds.
up a little. Actually, no.
Do
Get
not
the stable.
guide my attack.
So I don't think that'll put her in range. Nope. Because they're pretty well bottled in there now. Some army they had. Just getting flattened.
Here comes Sybil, ready or not.
Telling me who to kill.
How many turns have we got left? We still have like half the timer left. All because they wiped themselves out for me.
Master Sergeant awaiting orders.
How can I help, my lord?
Donar be with us.
The battle lies before me.
Let's see about starting to bait some of them out of their fort.
I await your command.
I love this part.
I really did, I admit, I really did underestimate the power of samurais. I really thought they were gonna crumple under all those enemies coming in. But
Break
hindsight
their
being
resolve.
2020, they are fully armored and do have 200 hit health. Suppose I should have had a little more faith. But that does teach me for the future that samurai are pretty damn strong. Which is what I was hoping for out of them. Because they'll be very good for dealing with multiple kinds of problems.
The time to act is now.
Okay, so I can charge in on them.
Sayuna will never die.
Actually, wait. Jules,
We
can you
will
reach?
always
You
find a
can.
way.
Okay. I'll have Jules fire, move out of the way, then have Narima fire on them to see if I can get them just gone. Yeah, they'll be out of the way immediately. Excellent. Actually, got an
Time to
8k
even
threat.
the
Can you just scare them out? Nope, no surrender, but that's fine. They'll swing once and then get knocked out.
Ready.
And then I'll hop in ahead of her. Take this squad out. Or... Oh, because they count as being on a goddamn wall. Well, that's inconvenient. It's okay, though. We can fix that damage. I did not account for the fact that that would count as being a wall, because they are, in fact, on a wall.
They'll know
I'm
it's
an
this
idiot.
one for sure.
I knew I was gonna find a way to screw something up in this process.
I must be brave.
Because they are...
Repent!
They do have a good position here, because they're gonna force us to funnel in like this. And if they move those sentinels forward, we're gonna have a problem in terms of getting through it.
Strike like fire.
So I'm gonna have him stand here and hopefully bait this crossbow to fire at him instead of firing at me, since I'm already in a bit of a rough spot. Because I made a gamble and it only half worked. Yeah, they're stepping back and shooting at Jules. Because threat mechanics. And they're gonna shoot Sybil, again, because threat mechanics. They killed the low-level mage, which is annoying. But they didn't move the sentinels in, which is
For my people.
stupid.
From my
So now
home.
their archers die a miserable death. Like, I understand why the one standing on the victory point didn't move, but why didn't the other two? Like, even within the bounds of the AI, that doesn't make any sense.
Stay strong, everyone.
That is literally just a stupid move on their part. can jump you up on the wall.
Donar, guide my attack.
You can hop up on the wall over here and take a shot at him. And isn't it just a lovely thing when your own walls get turned against you?
Battle formations.
Now, they do have an advantage against guns, but I'm pretty sure he can still punch through this just fine. Yeah. Because your extra gun defense is all well and good till they're backed with spears. This squad's gonna be a problem.
My friends are counting on
Like, it's gonna take a bit of doing to crack that, I think, considering it's all high-tier units.
Rascuja can sense it prey.
You got a plan?
I'm just getting started.
Making sure there isn't anything I missed on the map. Nope. Looks like we're good. 'Cause the thing is, I could move Diana up front there, but I have some concerns that those champions... Actually, are those champions or Zweihanders? They are champions, okay. So they're gonna be double attacking, and the crossbows are good against armor. So she's not as safe against this as she would be against just about anything else.
A paladin never
But
surrenders.
I'm going to assume
Donar be with
that,
us.
as usual for the AI in games like this, they won't move out of their safe spot there, so we can kind of pelt them a little bit to weaken this situation since we've got the time. Because we've got 4 turns even before the early cutoff. So let's play this a bit safe. They'll fire their crossbows, but that's fine. They don't do a whole lot. Not on their own. And Jules' squad and Nerima's squad will get fired back at, but that's okay. I'm kind of trying to get them to aim at the healer. Because if we get rid of the healer, then they're not going to be anywhere near as hard to get rid of. Okay. I think at this point I'm actually going to have Lysander's gunners take care of the rest of this. Yep, as expected, that just crushes the remaining problems. And there we go. We're good to go on in there with whatever squad I want to. And I think I'll give it to
I can do
Abigail.
this.
See if I can fit a 3rd dragon in her team. Okay. I was worried about this one. This one looked really bad. And then it turned into an absolutely crushing victory. But I suppose that's the advantage of me taking it slightly more seriously. And those squads, I guess, weren't as strong as I thought they were. The Eastern armies' attempt to achieve a quick victory over the West proved impossible. This battle has shifted the balance of power back into the West's favor. The casualties are already mounting. Both sides are struggling to overcome public outcry and rumblings of mutiny within their armies. Memories of the hardships of the Succession War are still fresh in people's minds. Drac finds himself involved in the war through circumstances beyond his control. Casimir seems determined to take the throne at any cost, but how is Casimir one step ahead at every turn? Drac is determined to confront Casimir directly, to get answers, and ultimately, to seek justice. It seems the only path is to win this war, so Drac resolves to stay the course and lead his forces against the Eastern armies. It seems that the whims of war leave him with little choice. I mean, if he's always one step ahead, high odds of him having a spy in our midst. Gotta make a living. Makes sense. You have lots of children, and or at the very least in your case, lots of family, so you need to bring money to keep them going. I mean, I already hired you, so really you shouldn't be charging me further. Well, that seems a little rigid. Then again, Lysander seems a bit rigid just across the board, so that's a thing. That's always a strong phrase. If not you, then who? Checking a couple things right quick, don't mind me. No. Still not committing to a bond yet because I don't know how any of that works, and I'm not gonna just jump ahead on that. Hold that thought on that one. That could be useful. Definitely want that. Now that we're starting to have issues with our units taking damage, I'll go ahead and get the higher armor. Or in health. Ah, that's why I don't have those available. That's fine, I'm not using them anytime quick, I don't think. Because Lysander's gunners are plenty. I don't really need morale bonus that I'm aware of. Considering we're starting to see a lot more enemy mages, I'll take the magic resist now. Ice mage. Siren. Okay. You have my attention. Not anymore. I've got a couple of those. I've got the money, so I will buy Salem, because, like I've said before, mages are hard to train. So buying mages ahead will probably be helpful to me. I've got some things that I don't need at this point, I think. Doubling down on Grandmaster spellbooks, I think, might be a terrible idea. Because by the time you're done with that, you will have no armor. But I'll hang on to it in case I do decide to go that crazy. That covers that. Of course, I say mages are hard to train, and I can make an ice mage right now. You... Oh, you can only make ranger, huh? You can't make assassin at the moment. Rangers are good, though. What's wrong with the other rogue? He's got terrible stats. That's his problem. Okay. Hang on. Is there anything I can do to ensure that he can reach what he needs to? Not really, because if I give him both apples of agility, I think he'll still be short, because he needs 45, and that's only giving him 2. The other option would be to give him some experience codexes and force him to level more. But the thing is, neither of them are an affinity that raises their skill at a particularly high rate. I'm gonna make him a ranger for now, because it will at the very least make him stronger. Once he hits the right threshold, I could always take him back down to rogue and take him up to assassin. How far are you from getting anywhere? You need 7 more skill. Okay, that's not terrible. So at least that squad's progressing. And my squad just apparently hit a threshold point because half of them are ready to go. Yep. My hander, so I get the AoE. Templar, of course, for better healing. And you can become any kind of mage you want, so I'm going to pick Fire Mage, because I don't have one of those yet, and I like fire. So my squad just got a hell of a lot stronger. That's good. You are literally 1 skill short, so I'm going to go ahead and give her... No, because she needs to fight a little bit more to get her CP the last little bit, so I'll let her gain 1 more level and she'll be good to go. You are just short on the CP to become a Zweihander as well. But I might let him... I think I'll let him train a bit longer, because having a Zweihander and a champion might be a good idea. That way we've got one that hits multiple and one that'll make sure the single target goes down. But then again, that's what the Swordmaster is going to be doing. Now, I think I will flank a Swordmaster with 2 Zweihanders. I like that idea. Pretty sure that was the idea I had originally, and then I started waffling now. You still need 6 more strength. You have enough strength, you just need the CP. You're, of course, already there, because I hired you at that stage. Okay, so I've at least got one that can become a raider soon. That's good. What are you guys doing? 36... 5... 34. Nobody else is ready to upgrade. Where am I gonna put Salem? I just hired him, so clearly I'm gonna want to put him in somewhere. Presumably I would replace the other... one of these guys with him, but that's not quite gonna fit. Also, I'm kind of happy with how Lysander's squad is, so I think I'm going to leave that alone, rather than doing all the fuckery I was thinking about doing. You've got 4 capacity, so I can give you some artifacts, finally. Almost every stat affects Dragonfire damage, so... I could give her the increased squad capacity. But that wouldn't actually give her any more units. I don't think there's any value in that. You have enough room for 1 more unit now, Fury. No, because it gets the +2 from how many there's gonna be. But if I take the... No. Because the only one I'd want to get rid of, because it's not that effective, would be the Puffin. And even that's giving 8 skill to them. So I kind of would want to keep that. Nah, you're fine as you are at the moment. I've got space for units. I gained a bunch of leadership from there being multiple people doing things. Put a second apprentice in, get him trained up. I don't really have anything my squad needs. So yeah, we'll go ahead and get him in training mode, pretty much. Barnabas can finally fit in an extra guy. The only horseman I have on hand's a horsebow. I don't think he can turn into a useful cavalryman. But I can upgrade one of these guys. He also can't actually fit the guy in there at the moment. Unless I give him the banner. But I don't think I will give him the banner. I don't think he needs the extra unit that badly at the moment. Instead, I'm gonna give him the toolkit so he can attack up walls, since he's the one who usually ends up reaching the archers on the walls quickly. You've got 8 space, which isn't enough to do anything with. I mean, I could make Lysander's unit even more absurd. But no, I think his unit's fine as it is. I mean, for the purposes of training up more units, it might not be a bad idea to put more into Diana's team. So if we give her the banner, she then has 13 space. I don't think that's... Yeah, that's not enough to fit a unit in anyway. Aside from this horsebow. Which really doesn't help anything. Because he would probably just get bodied. So no, we're not gonna do that then. Back, give me that banner back. It's not gonna help you at all. You can take another acolyte. Take the war pike. Do some extra damage to cavalry, that'll help. There's Sybil Squad. Yeah, there's nothing I can do. I know the inventory management and such is taking longer and longer. That's because I have so much shit to sift through now. I mean, there's no loss in you having this. It's not like a game-changing upgrade for them, but better than nothing. I don't think I want them to have this. I think that would be counterintuitive. I'll just give you gorilla armor. And the Heartseeker's another real gamble of a assignment. It also goes over her capacity. That said, what I can do is give Jules the Heartseeker, since his survivability is a crapshoot to begin with. That'll make him hit his squad hit a lot harder, and I can then pass the other item on to another squad. Question is, do I want to replace that with the Arbisquire? Because it's a massive risk, but the reward is also pretty hefty. Because he's also the one who can usually get up onto a wall because he's got the higher movement. I'll try it. If it blows up in his face, well, it's Jules. And now he's down to having 130, 132, 50. That's not actually that big a problem. I think since they were already very fragile, I don't think that made them so much more fragile that that's actually a serious concern. And I can now pass the Crusader Mace down the line to Narima and make her squad stronger, which they need. Speaking of, you are 7 away. Okay. I think we're good. Because we didn't get any more arena tokens or anything. Isanter Palace, headquarters of the Western Army. That predictable oaf, Terranor. Like a child playing with a cannon, the man deserves not the power he wields. It should be a simple matter to overcome an oaf. Would that I wish it were true, Diana. Herald, what are we looking at? 60,000 men against our own 20,000, my lord. An unknown amount of gun and cannon divisions from the Imperial Army will be backing Terranor as well. Our first heavy cavalry has finally mobilized at Fort Fynodorin and giving us some breathing room. And we have the Temple Warriors on our side. As long as we control the river, let the Eastern Army come. We will destroy bridge after bridge until their supplies run dry. Make them starve for going on the offensive. Terranor might be just dull-witted enough for that to work. You have learned nothing since the Succession War. Who is this disrespectful child? You will address this council properly. Yeah, I'll address you as idiots. You're correct. Drac, was it? This is the one who is key in recapturing Trukia. Drac? The enemy has more men and material. You cannot hope to win a war of attrition. But their army is retreating and regrouping since their loss at Trukia. The time to strike is now while they're off balance. If not now, then never. If they were to lose Fort Eureka, it would be a painful effort for them to continue offensive operations. You can't just expect me to commit my soldiers to this. Duke Lothair, we have reason to trust in Drac's judgment. I accept personal responsibility if Drax's plan fails. If this adventure is a failure, your personal responsibility will mean very little to us when the enemy has removed all of our heads. If we can shock Terranor with a dramatic move, he might lose his enthusiasm for war. This land doesn't need another generation lost. Drac, we will support you however we can. Donar be with us. I can't guarantee anything, but a small chance is better than no chance. That is probably the only play we've got. I sincerely hope you know what you're doing, Diana. I do not presume to know. All that matters is I believe. That is not a helpful answer. Not in the slightest. If I were hearing that, I would be more concerned rather than less. Upper balcony, Imperial Palace at the capital. Suspicious doings be transpiring. So, not even the mighty Kuroda could best the orphan. The one you call an orphan has many powerful allies. Your people had us believe we would go almost unopposed. We were not prepared. So be it. There will be another chance. Did you have a chance to review my message? Yes, you need a problem solved. I cannot expand on why, but this mission is but one part of a greater one. We will save this country, Kuroda, from itself and its past folly. Countless men just like you have used men like me to further their ambitions from the shadows. It's a dance as old as time. Truly a man of your craft. How honorable. I cannot stress enough the importance of timing. You must monitor the situation. When the target leaves to try to stop the war, that is when he must die. No sooner, no later. 273 targets have fallen to my hand. It will be as routine as morning tea. What a noble life you lead. As you have been paid in advance, we must never meet again. Donar be with you, or whatever it is they say. Falseone's army's on the move. It seems they have punched above their weight, and I have serious doubts about Duke Terranor's abilities, if I may be critical. Beatrix, it's time for you to go to the battlefield and reinforce the Rimorg army. Not that I mind roasting an entire armies alive, but tell me, old man, why should I? You know why, my daughter. You are destined for untold greatness. People like us, we are meant to reshape this world as we see fit. For now, we have an opportunity to grind the nobles to dust before us. The war must rage on and drain the blood of Viridia dry yet again. Oh, alright, why not? I always did know how to sate my hunger for novelty. Just don't put yourself in unnecessary risk, Beatrix. This is not our fight, and I can't bear to lose you now. Oh, relax. Just sit back and watch the barbecue. That is a sentiment I can get behind. Bonanza! So many little toy soldiers on the battlefield just for me. Very well, if my actions today will grease the wheels of power, so be it. Just enough to stop their momentum, Beatrix. Don't kill everyone right now. We need more time to prepare for the next phase. Quiet, old man. I was born for this. It's time, my little poor soldiers. Come to Beatrix. That's probably going to be a problem. She is in the field by herself. She's a level 28 Archmage with 500 health. Yikes. Wait. Yeah, that's 218 skill. That's what I thought I saw. I'm going to assume plot's going to happen and take her off the field at some point. Because there is no way in hell we're going to be able to fight that. Complete it within 10 turns is the minimum. Okay. Got it. That's a lot of cavalry they've got. It's a lot of everything they've got. Okay. Barnabas. Jules. Diana. Sybil. Narima. Abigail. Stefan. Lysander. Rasumaj. Okay. Can I move myself? No, I can't reposition where I am. This is gonna be messy.
School is in session.
Go ahead and smash them out of the way a bit.
Here comes Sybil, ready or not.
Sayuna will never die.
Awaiting your orders.
Repent before the righteous.
How can I help, my lord?
I think you can handle that. Even if a couple of them come at you, I think you'll be okay. Especially since you can shift back to make it so that only their cavalry can pursue him.
Bet you didn't see this one
And they're gonna be
coming.
spoiled for choice on targets right now.
I must not fail.
I must stay strong.
Since we've got an allied cavalry unit again, and this time it does not matter if they get slaughtered, I'm gonna let them just stew down here. We'll sweep through these two bridges and just crush forward as far as we can and fast as we can. If I need to sweep up some enemies down there, so be it. Because even if I wanted to save them, I suspect they're literally going to just commit to a suicidal cavalry charge right here at the start. Which, don't get me wrong, it's going to do some good damage since they're actually picking smart targets this time. But they're going to run out of steam very fast. Though, actually, those are better thought out units than the last set they had. Maybe they will actually get somewhere. I don't know. I have very little faith in them after the debacle that was their last cavalry charge. But as long as they soften this field up a bunch for me, it doesn't matter to me what happens to them. And yeah, Beatrix is going to start just detonating their whole teams. That's right, just shoot at the teams that have healers. That's exactly what I want. They're just playing right into my hands. So my throat is starting to hurt from all of this voicing and reading and everything, so I think I'll stop after this chapter, even though we've only been going 3 hours. let's see.
We will always find a way.
Go ahead and have him hit them and then move forward so they can start grabbing things before the war catches up with us. Actually, you can get away with taking a hit from them, so go ahead and force a surrender. It's okay, they used rubber bullets.
I love this part.
Same goes for you. Oh, they actually thought better of it and straight up surrendered. Good choice.
The battle lies before me.
Same goes here. Let's make them surrender out. Because I want Diana going first. Since, you know, heavy infantry leads the
Where am I
way.
needed?
I'm not gonna have Barnabas try to push through the Centurion. That would be a terrible idea. This has a Spearman in it, but it's only one. Actually, do I think they could do that? Do I think they could kill enough of those units to force that unit to surrender in a single attack? The answer is no, I don't think so. Because they, as you see there, they burn a lot of attack just getting past the Spearman. Now let Barnabas potentially switch which side he's riding down.
Time to even the odds.
This one I think will work. They will of course refuse to surrender and get first shot, but then they get knocked out. But that didn't actually make that unit surrender, which is unfortunate. But we basically have this
Break their resolve.
wrapped up, so that's fine.
I must be brave.
Actually, you've got
My friends are
9k.
counting on me.
Yeah, they won't surrender. Okay, that's fine. It was worth a try.
They'll notice this one for sure.
The reason I did that is the archer squad is less likely to manage to make a move that will make them self-destruct. They still absolutely could self-destruct themselves, but they're less likely to than a melee unit. So I assume they're just going to take a pot shot at somebody. So it's a hell of a thing to think of, where they're like, we don't want to commit our troops to this, as they hurl their cavalry in without waiting for me to have made it far enough forward for it to matter. Just don't get me wrong, this cavalry charge is already doing far better than I expected it to. But the momentum of it's going to be a potential problem. Is they finish their charge, Beatrix is going to pick them off, their cavalry is going to countercharge, and that's going to stall everything out over a little while. The thing is, I assume I don't actually want to directly conflict with Beatrix if I can help it. I assume her attacking me will be disastrous. So I assume the flag for whatever's going to happen with her, if there even is a flag, and I don't know whether I'm meant to fight her or not. But I would assume the flag involved with that is all the Allied cavalry dying. Since I'm not expected to keep them alive this time. Because after all, she was given orders to stall things, not win the war. So at the very minimum, I need to keep my own squad away from her, otherwise she'll probably just obliterate me. So my intent is to cross the bridge with my other half here and hit this group from behind. The fact that she's parked on the bridge leading where I need to go is a bit of a concern.
I'm just getting started.
Actually, hold that thought.
Stay strong, everyone.
Yeah, all my archers are in the wrong position. That's what I thought. You go ahead and grab that.
A paladin never surrenders.
You can grab that.
It's time to act.
Now that I think about the whole Beatrix situation, am actually going to turn myself around and go back over through the front.
Swift as wind, strike like fire.
Though... yeah. If I die, or Trachea gets taken. So, as long as I keep them from finding a way to push all the way up, we should be okay.
I ain't got all day.
So I'll commit to sending Barnabas that way.
I can do this.
Donar, guide my attack.
Soften them up.
The army is ready.
Lysander should be able to just gun them down. Not quite, huh? Okay, that's upsetting.
Here comes Sybil. Ready
Because
or
my
not.
intent was going to be to knock them out and then have Sybil take the fort. Because that'll protect everybody involved here pretty well. Because with the boost from the fort, she absolutely would not be removed by what they've got here in any real capacity. The only risk being the mage. As it stands now, Lysander's at a bit of a risk, but I think he'll be okay. Now, assuming I understand the assignment here well enough, we should be able to pull through this okay. If not, I'll have to figure out something to do about the Beatrix problem. Oh, interesting. They're actually turning around. I mean, I have to assume it's because they can reach these cavalry, which are weaker than my units. But it's just really odd watching the enemy AI more or less retreating. I know that they're just advancing in a different direction, but it absolutely looks like they're retreating. Goddamn hiccups. That mage is some sort of demon. Men of Istar, full retreat. They're gone. How dare you? Did I order you to retreat? I'm not bored of slaughtering you yet. Damn, we're on our own out here. You want something done right. That enemy sorceress single-handedly decimated Isantar's most elite forces. Unless you've got something up your sleeve, Drac, I pray you find a way to avoid sending our troops anywhere near her. Noted. We'll see how this shakes out. Yeah, Lysander's on the same page I am. Don't go near the crazy lady who can blow people up with her mind.
Time to end this.
I want him to shoot the mage team. Yes! Mage is deleted. Okay. And now he will hit and run back. Perfect.
La scourger can sense in prey.
Donar be with us.
Now I have Diana step in there. Take on this guy. Because her paladins can take the heat.
School is in session.
Since this squad's nearly wiped out, you just finish that off. And then carry on towards claiming this temple.
Raskuja is
Raskuja will come step over here.
Oh, sorry.
Stefan right behind him.
Something?
'Cause as much as I want that, I also don't want to bait Beatrix around the crowd. I'd rather her try to flit her way through the pile.
They'll notice this one for sure.
I await your command.
Battle formations.
I'm just getting started.
Slaughter upon slaughter upon slaughter.
Ready.
No, I'm purposely keeping myself out of this while Beatrix is in play, just in case something stupid happens. Last thing I need is a one-turn loss because she fucking walks through my party just to delete me. There we go. She's nice and jammed up, which is exactly what I wanted. That'll buy me an extra turn of not dealing with her. Thing is, it's looking like a confrontation with her might be unavoidable. Because next turn she's gonna be able to get through. Let's just say I'm real glad I don't have permadeath on right about now, because I'm getting the feeling I'm gonna have to at least throw a couple people away to fight her. Or with the way she was just deleting cavalry squads.
For my people. For my homeland. What's our next tactic?
Have him clean up those items over there.
Here comes Sybil, ready or not.
Yeah, I didn't think they'd surrender. Thought she might be able to force them out. Yep, there we go. It's surrender lightning, it's fine. The lightning is set to
Be
stun.
brave.
I know they're laying on the ground on fire. It's fine. It's just for show.
Bet you didn't see this one coming.
Actually, they're nearly wiped out. See if you can force a surrender out of those two. There we go.
How can I help, my lord?
Actually, there's a thought. Can I even hurt Beatrix? She can be damaged. She can be harmed. Not much, but we can hurt her. That's a good thing. Go interfere with him getting out of there, actually. Because if he just goes pell-mell over to our goddamn fort and pisses me off, I will be very unhappy. Which I assume is exactly what they're doing with the one-man party that's still running around over there. And the only party I've got that I think would at all stand a chance of Beatrix not one-shotting them would be Diana's party, which is why they're on the bridge guarding against Beatrix. Let's see how they play this turn. Oh, now she's going around. Shit. That's not good. That's not good at all. That is double plus not good. I'm not surprised that happened, but I'm very unhappy that that happened. Because that now presents a new problem for me. Agility.
Where am I needed?
We will always find a way.
There we go. Clean their back rank out. And then position yourself on this hill to help deal with this problem.
My friends are counting on me.
Abigail, I think you can push through that, can't you? Sure you can.
A paladin never surrenders.
I don't want to attack Beatrix. Attacking Beatrix, I'm assuming, is signing whoever does it off to die instantly. But I also need to keep their units from getting through.
Raskuja can sense it prey.
Raskuja, you're probably gonna die, my dude, but that's what you're on this ticket for, right? You're hired to do whatever you're paid to do.
I ain't got all day.
Oh, right, you can refresh your heals at the temple. That is useful
Time to even
information.
the odds.
Let me grab that. Lysander will grab the other chest next turn. We are only 5 turns in. So, as soon as we figure out the Beatrix problem, we've got this one. And I'm a little worried that I might just literally have to have somebody kite her around the
Must
damn
stay
map.
strong.
Which would be unfortunate. But I would almost certainly say Rukaj is about to get blown to hell. Yeah. Oh, he survived! Neat! Well done! You survived getting a goddamn meteor shower dropped on your head. Well, that tells me that she can be defeated, then. And I'm gonna guess we're gonna have to, then. Oh, never mind. What a bore, these temple types. But I do think I've sent enough of them to the void for today. Have fun playing War Darlings. Nap time for Beatrix. So that worked out perfectly. 0 casualties aside from in-unit casualties. Appreciate the lurk, kitty.
I'm just getting started.
So let's get rid of this archer unit before it goes on a fucking walk. Okay, that is significantly better than I expected that to be. I was very worried, like I said, we were literally gonna have to kite her around the whole fucking map.
Break their resolve. The battle.
So the fact that we could hurt her does make me wonder if it is possible to kill her there.
Guide my attack.
And I would assume yes, but probably not worth doing.
Donar be with us.
I can do this.
Yeah, now this is basically in the bag.
Getting real real thirsty.
time is on our side. Because we have 4 turns even before the lowest turn count. And they've got 5 squads left between me and winning. They really don't stand a chance at this point. Who didn't move? Genuinely, who didn't... Oh! Jules is still sitting on his hill. Which he's got the ability to do full damage against things that are on walls now, so I can have him just pop one of the archers right off the wall.
Time to end this.
And then he can just pop right back out of range.
Repent before the righteous.
Narima, can you reach to shoot them? You can. Excellent. Soften them up a bit.
Where am I needed?
Of course you fucking get the free action and slam the healer into hell. God damn it. Well, use your climb wall attack and deal with him then. Actually, don't even kill him, just force surrender him. Get him out of here. And then you can get out of archery range.
Telling me what to get.
The time to act is now. Oh,
We just gotta make sure to go get that sentinel squad that's over there so we don't miss target squad. Making sure there's not a bazaar tucked away somewhere stupid. If there is, I'm not seeing it, so good enough.
You must not fail.
Alright, Lysander up here. Yeah, what I'll probably do is finish this chapter, do all the bookkeeping for next time, and then we'll call it good, raid out, and do what have you. I did forget about the extended range they have up on the wall. That's fine.
Master Sergeant, awaiting
Ta-da! Actually, no, hold that thought.
How can I help my
You shoot them first to see if you can set them up to be forced to surrender like the last one. And then get in position to help deal with the sentinel in a minute here.
I ain't got all day.
Yeah, of course, they're not going to immediately surrender, but they will very much be taken care of. Yeah, one survived. Go out of the way.
A paladin never surrenders.
Move you to deal with that. Actually, hang on. Narima, can you reach to shoot
Never
into there? No. That's fine. Go ahead and get in position to get up the wall in a minute here. And you'll go ahead and force them to surrender with what's left. How was that not a max surrender chance? They must have gained just enough morale from not dying.
Bet you didn't see this one coming.
ready?
They'll notice this one for sure.
Battle formations.
Now that my squads are getting strong, I'm starting to see why people are saying we're saying that Warlord's the better difficulty for
I
them.
must be brave.
Is this game had some serious teeth at the beginning, but I'm starting to get far enough along that not a lot's seriously threatening to me, but I'm going to assume that that's still going to have plenty of time to tip back against me again. And you just sign your own death warrant. Okay, very good.
He will always find a way.
Have you ride over and take a shot at him. Yeah, especially with all those gunners in there. Yeah, we're gonna take some pot shots before we go in fighting that. Absolutely.
Time to even the odds.
Plan?
They have spears, so it wouldn't be wise to charge with that. Raskuja's team is still, like, kind of half burnt to death from dealing with Beatrix, so we're not gonna have him go in.
For my people. For
That
my
just leaves
homeland.
Diana again, since she's the only one in position, and I don't feel like
Before the
waiting.
righteous.
So, go get him. Yeah, even with the gunners getting a shot off, they weren't even really threatened.
What's our next tactic?
I'm just getting started.
And this is gonna be over just in time. Hasn't moved. Oh, Barnabas.
School is in session.
My friends are counting on me.
I assume they're gonna attack and destroy themselves. And there we go. Now just whoever I want needs to take the base, and it should count. Ah, it just barely didn't count, because that was actually turn 11, not 10, apparently. Well, fuck you, game. Stefan, you haven't taken an objective in a while. It's all yours. But there we go. Another 0 casualty success. We didn't get all 3 bonuses, but 2 out of 3 ain't bad when they give you a challenge for getting it under 20. I think getting it almost on the max possible speed's pretty damn good. Drac leads his army into the heart of enemy territory and seizes Fort Eureka. This victory shocks the world. Duke Terranor, who expected to win this war easily, now finds a powerful enemy force within a stone's throw of their capital of Remor. Duke Terranor hears many pleas for a ceasefire, but seeing scores of slain countrymen at the hands of the Western Army, his heart is consumed with hatred and a desire for revenge. Terranor decides to gather the remainder of his army to personally command a counterattack on Fort Eureka as the Age of Nobles teeters on the brink. His victory at Fort Eureka has cemented Drac's role as the true leader of the West and the hero of the Donari Temple. News of Drac's deeds have spread throughout the entire human world, and now the world looks to Fort Eureka, where it will see the coming of a moment of reckoning. In the minds of those who stand on either side of the lines of battle, today's victor will determine the fate of Tanra. As a massive army approaches Fort Eureka, Drac's heart becomes heavy, as clearly the East has not given up. Outnumbered, the Western forces prepare their defenses in hopes this will be the final battle of the war. To be fair, one way or the other, this probably will be the final battle of this war. History will remember this day for centuries to come. That is gonna be one hell of a cliffhanger to leave things on. Ah, that makes sense. I made friends with my mercenary. Yay. Oh boy. What did you do now, Lysander? God damn it, Lysander. Oh boy. Yeah. Oh, how much you are right and wrong at the same time, Lysander. How much you are right and wrong at the same time. And of course, I don't want to commit to a bond yet. Level 20 champion. Tempting. My arena token. I'm always happy to have more Aldor Tower shields. Okay, what I'm actually going to end up doing, since this is a little bit short, I'm going to go ahead and do the arena, but I'll be right back right quick before we do that. Just bear with me 1 minute. Okay, now let's see about getting that arena done, shall we? Now, let me see if anybody has an upgrade before I go into the arena. There we go. As I thought, my sword fighter is ready to become a sword master. I was pretty sure she was gonna have the stats sorted out. So my squad's looking scary. Anything in Lysander's? Nope. Okay. Actually, how's the loyalty on Samurai looking? He's still mercenary. Okay. He's only been in a couple fights, so I'm not too surprised by that. Diana gets a Templar. And this Acolyte is... Wait. It's saying she's ready to be promoted. But there's not an arrow on either of these. Oh, we don't have the material for it. Okay. We're actually out of Sunstones, even though I've been picking them up everywhere I've been able to get them. I have been making a lot of units that use Sunstones, so that makes sense. Yeah, I don't have anything sitting in reserve that needs them that I could downgrade. That's unfortunate, though. I was gonna turn that into a Paladin and potentially either move that into Sybil's squad or Abigail's to bolster them a bit. And then keep training up more people in Diana's back row there. Still, I think the Templar will be very helpful. How is the other dragon in this squad at this point? He's maxed out on CP, his strength is pretty good. Magic is lacking. He needs 62 for Silver Dragon, though. And I am intent on making him a Silver Dragon. That's kind of my whole thing. That would only raise him up to 49. So I'm thinking if I get a Scroll of Dark Affinity, I'll use that on him, and that should tip him to where he needs to be. And of course, just as with everybody else, the roast beef of might only gives 2. Speaking of, are any of you close to what you need now? 33, 35, 40. Isn't it 42 that they need? No, 38. He has enough, he just needs his CP to finish getting there. Okay. Because this squad is getting a lot stronger thanks to the artifacts I put on them, so I'm tentatively willing to tip them further forward so that they can become raiders sooner. Biggest problem in terms of having it be a full team of raiders is actually Jules himself. Got the worst strength aside from the Earth Horse. That said, if I make Jules fire, does he get enough strength? He does. Okay. We'll go ahead and turn Jules Fire Affinity, and we'll give him the CP to become a raider, as well as giving the Dark Affinity guy CP to become a raider. Because they don't get a lot of shots off, so it's going to take a while for them to become raiders naturally at this rate. But if I make more of them into raiders, the rest of them will grow quicker because I'll be more willing to put them into more dangerous situations because I will be more confident in them surviving. And I think the squad will overall be more productive. I got away with putting them in some risky positions in that last fight because of the fact that they are a lot stronger. And of course, the hit and run mechanic has been incredibly helpful in terms of keeping them a step ahead of the enemies. It does mean I can't turn any of Sybil's spearmen over to anything immediately. Which is mildly unfortunate. Because the holdback is, of course, still strength. So the only one who it would have helped would have been Chad over here anyway. And he would have probably end up close to the same amount of strength as Lambert from that. Which isn't enough anyway. I don't think lightning affects magic. If I make you water, you go up to 47 magic. Do you even need more magic, really? If I want to make you anything other than an ice mage, yes. But I also wouldn't be able to upgrade you right now anyway because we don't have enough sunstones. The other option is I just sub him out for Salem now, since he's close to ready. And then somebody else can finish sorting him out when we need another mage. Yeah, I think that's a better idea at this point. This way she's got some actual magic power behind her team now. Because apprentices really weren't cutting it anymore. And the question becomes... do I want to give her the arcane barrier? It wouldn't be that much of a barrier is the thing, because it's equal to 50% of magic, which would only be like 20. I don't think so. So that's a point. Me flip Barnabas off the front here, even though he's the strongest one in the team. His team is kind of falling behind since none of his Cavaliers have reached enough strength to become knights. And they're certainly not fast enough to be hussars. But I can now give this guy the bodyguard thing, because he'll be covering for Barnabas, which will make this guy more threatening and more useful. I am going to do what I was thinking about doing before and give Stefan Vengeance, since his squad is usually the first one to take casualties. And I will do the same for Skaja, because he tends to have his units get wiped out as well. I'm trying to actually pass out some of these damn trait books that have been sitting for so goddamn long. You've got 36 skill, you've got 18 magic. I might be able to give you arcane speed to get you up to where you need to be. That gives you 41. And you need 45 to be an assassin, but that would get you up to ranger to join the other one. Can I get you to 45? We do actually have a couple apples of agility. If I want an assassin, like, now, I can make that happen. Water form will also raise his skill by a point. The more important thing is it would raise his magic, which would then net him more skill from arcane speed, which gets him the skill he needs to get to be an assassin. I've been wanting an assassin of my own this whole time. After seeing what they did to my squads before, this guy will be scary. As long as he's used properly. I assume you guys are still well away from the strength you need to be samurai. 38 out of 45, and you're the dark one, so you're not gonna be... The other one's not gonna be any better off than you. Skuja's troops, I assume, aren't ready much of anything. No, they're just missing CP to become rangers. Yeah, they're both in position to be rangers or assassins. Except I would need to raise them through the rogue tree in order to be able to turn them into assassins. I could put a regular fighter in his team and get him trained up. Because they'll remain light infantry. Even with him in the squad. And as soon as he is able, I'll turn him into another skirmisher or a rogue, and he'll be all sorted out just fine. Because he just needs 2 skill and a little bit of CP, and he'll be able to be a skirmisher. So, that won't take long. And also just simply raises the threat of Skuja's team anyway. Is there any team I want to change the artifacts on? Fools doesn't have room for anything. You would have room if I change your artifacts to fit in another unit. But we don't really have another unit that's worth anything to spare. You're good to go currently still. How close are you to having what you need? You're getting up there as well. You just need 7 more. I fucked up. You're good with what you got. You're okay, but I'm not happy with that. Okay. Fine. You don't need skill, so I'm gonna give you the Aldor Tower Shield so that you can stay stable. Since half his team is reliant on heavy infantry, you need to keep the gunners alive. I do feel very fortunate to be getting so many of these Aldor Tower Shields, I gotta say. Considering I never saw a single one of them in my other save. Though it did only get up to Chapter 8, and now I've got 4 Aldor Tower Shields by Chapter 12. A hell of a thing. But I don't think there's any other artifacts I really need to apply to anybody. Like, I'm still sitting on a bunch of magic gear, and I still don't have anybody to give it to that it would matter on that much. And I want Narima's squad to have more goddamn room in it, but she's just not progressing fast enough in that regard. But let's go do that one bronze arena fight, see what that does for us, and then we'll wrap up. Okay, this doesn't look too bad. There are dragoons in play. We gotta watch out for that. And assassins. Oh no, those are rogues, not assassins. It is only bronze arena, so I shouldn't expect anything too crazy. We can only have 5 units. I think I'm going to leave Diana out of this one because she has definitely progressed farther faster than, like, everybody else. She does not need it. No, neither do I need it at this point. I'm going to primarily bring the ones I feel who have been neglected a bit, or have just not gotten a chance to do much. Basically, anybody who's not at 10k is gonna go in this. The Lysander's team does have a bit of an unfair advantage in that Lysander has the leadership of a goddamn general, because he is a general.
Here comes Sybil, ready or not.
Stay strong, everyone.
They'll notice this one for sure. Donar.
We're gonna let them move up, and then we'll pick targets accordingly.
Ready.
Oh, sorry. Did you need something?
This is a very fragile team in composition, which is a mild concern, but I think it'll be okay. Because the Samurais on Narima's team hold up pretty well, and of course Sybil's team is pretty tough at this point. And most of these squads do have a healer. Yeah, go for the one that can shoot back. That's a brilliant plan. Way to wipe yourself out, buddy. I don't even need to think about dealing with him anymore. Okay, priority 1, get all those gunners dead.
Bet you didn't see this one coming.
I'm just getting started.
You got one shot off and it didn't do jack shit for you.
I await your command.
We'll take advantage of the fact that we have melee attackers. Yeah. And then you'll take care of that. Because we especially want the cavalry gone so they don't slip around and steal our base. That would be embarrassing. You can just ride past him and then shoot him. I'm not going to worry about making him surrender because we don't need the money that badly. You'll pop over here so they don't just rush at you and kill you. And we've swept this arena pretty quick, pretty clean. And hopefully the levels we're getting here will be enough to get at least one of these squads one more promotion.
Swift as wind, strike like fire.
Sayuna will never die.
I'm gonna make sure to give both of the
I
archer
love
teams a
this
chance to shoot at this to get them extra experience
Here comes
before I
Sybil,
clean
ready or
house.
not.
How can I help, my lord?
In fact, it's a pretty big squad. I might just let the archers have fun with this one. Because their
Time to
their
even
teams
the
are
odds.
some of the ones that need the most training at this point. Though they do only have medics, so they're
We will
probably not
always
going to hold
find
up
a way.
that long to our fire. Yeah, no, they're not really going to hold up long at all. But I think it'll be worth our while to do that way.
Donar, guide my attack.
Stay
As you
strong,
can see, they're
everyone.
leveling rapidly doing that. And we'll have
They'll notice
Sybil
this
grab
one for
this because
sure.
she still needs more leadership. It's either that or wait a whole turn and let Narima grab it, which they both need it. And I just gave Narima a bunch of levels on a silver platter, so I think that's fair. Ooh, a salmon of health and an apple of agility. Excellent. I have no idea what a ribbon does. I haven't seen one of those yet. Yes. Yes, we have an option here. Because Narima is already a tier 3 unit, and she has just hit max CP as a tier 3 unit. I can give her a proof of merit and turn her into an upgraded version of her class, which will make her significantly stronger. That's fine. I don't want her class changing anyway. So she'll just be running around slapping people about with a gold sword. How much did that help? You're at 40 now. Was it 42 or 45 you needed, Samurai? 45. If I was going for warbows, they'd be there already. But I want samurais. Unless I wanted to combine the two. But they wouldn't get the extended range. This fighter's already ready to promote, which is exactly what I wanted. Except he can't promote to a damn skirmisher, he can promote to literally anything else. Goddamn Earth Affinity. I could fix him. I could just give him one apple of agility and sort that out. Yeah, fuck it. Just so I don't have to deal with it. And then in 7 skill and a bunch of CP, he'll be another ranger, and that'll be sorted out. How did that work out? 35, 37. Okay. Nicholas is just about in position, and he just needs 1 level and the CP, and he'll be fine. Nader's still a problem. Oh yeah, did you get... He's close to having enough if I rejig his artifacts. You, of course, didn't get much leadership at all. You got a little bit. And I'm assuming none of these guys are ready to go. 40... do I have a strength increase? I do, but this guy's the only one not ready to goddamn promote immediately. But I can give him a couple CP codex. By the same token, I could just give him an XP codex or 2, and he should gain enough. Is he a higher level than the other guys in this squad? No, he's the same level. Nah, I think I'll leave that alone. I know I'm being very indecisive right now. That's because it would be good, but it would also probably not be necessary. I just wish I had more of those affinity change items to fix them that way. I might want to give at least one of these guys up here in the front for her team the can't be critically hit thing to help prevent them from just getting popped. Actually, no, I have an idea. I have a brilliant idea, actually. I'm gonna go ahead and actually force upgrade Ryan. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give him imposing so that everything targets him. him being the most durable thing on this squad, they're going to waste a lot of power hitting him, guaranteeing that the spearmen stay intact a lot longer. And that is exactly what those items are for anyway, is finishing leveling things out. Is there anything else that needs like a top off? So I mostly only have... I've got agility increasing things. Is mild spoiler, we're about to go into a fairly serious fight from what I'm aware of, because this has a Steam achievement attached to it. So there's something significant going on with that fight. I'm preparing for it as best I can. Which, I've been preparing pretty excessively for just about every fight along the way to begin with. So... that's a thing. I could give you the 2 Medals of Valor, which would give you 4 more leadership, which would put you to 58, and then if I give you the banner, that would basically make you count as having 64, which would be enough to get the other horsebowmen back in your team. But I'd have to give up one of his boosting weapons, and honestly, I'm pretty sure those weapons are what's making him effective, so we're not gonna fuck around with that. Not that hard. Who is suffering in terms of leadership at this point, though? Barnabas and Jewel so far are the weakest in terms of leadership. Abigail, of course, is only at 55. Rima, 56. Barnabas I could get to fit in another unit if I gave him the medals. So we'll give him the Medals of Valor. Because now he's got 12 space. Thing is, I don't have another cavalry unit to put in his team. Unless... do you have the stats to be a Cavalier? You do. There we go, that's easily fixed. And that's why I have those extras that I made sure are able to become something bigger. So that I have some flexible units to turn into what I need. There we go. I'm happier with that because now he's got a nice square 6 units in his team. It's unfortunate that I'm not actually training other units to have leadership, because, you know, he's got that mentorship thing going. His random cavalrymen have almost as much leadership as my goddamn heroes do. It's kind of offensive. Yeah, that makes Barnabas a bigger threat on the board, which is good. He's now up to 12k. Which means things won't target him as much, which is good. And that's the one unfortunate thing with what I just did with Sybil's squad about upgrading that to a Sentinel. It did raise her threat a bit, but her threat's actually still really low compared to everybody else's. So she's still really good bait. As opposed to where Diana is at this point with the 11. But, as I said, once we dealt with the arena and everything, I was going to stop. It's a little unfortunate that in 4 hours we only did 4 chapters. Things are going to get longer, it looks like, going forward. I'm going to attempt to do longer streams of this going forward. Make sure to do that. I'm just getting a sore throat and I don't want to kill my voice before 2 more days of streaming. As I'm sure makes sense. So, let me see where we're going. Okay, looks like I entirely missed going into that. That's a bit unfortunate. But I may look into that myself later. Do my, as now traditional, peek into retro, see if there's anything particularly interesting going on that I don't already have listed. No. Nothing immediately jumps out at me. So we will go ahead and go see... Wait, hang on, more people are going live. Let me parse those notifications and then we'll see where this goes. No, nothing's really jumping out at me from that either. I really feel like I should have kept a better log of who I've raided recently, but I don't feel like I've gone to see Spanky at least in the past few days. I had somebody in mind that I was going to raid, but they ended before I ended. So yeah, we'll just go see Spanky and call it good. I'm not going to stress over it today. He's good people either way. He's also playing the newer Spider-Man game, so that might be of interest to some of you, I don't know. But thank you for putting up with me making weird noises and attempting to speak aloud all of this nonsense. And of course the early cut and all of the inventory management. But that'll be it for me for today, and of course, you know, I'll be back tomorrow with Metroid Prime Corruption. Probably still gonna make it through Monday and Tuesday with that. If my throat takes a turn for the worse because I actually am sick, I'll let you all know on Twitter and such as soon as I figure out what I'm doing with that. And that's that. Be good to him, thank you all for being good to me, and have a good one.